So welcome everyone. This is Improv for Everyone, perfectly pointless. And I think maybe you know this, maybe you don't know this. So this is twice a year. I do a low budget $30 workshop, and we cover the same amount of material that we do in a regular workshop. But it's kind of a way for people from all different income levels to buy a workshop. And it's also a great way for those of you who maybe are like, I don't want to, I'm afraid to sign up for a bigger commitment with this teacher I don't know. And so this is a way for you to get to know a little bit about me and my teaching style and how I do things virtually. So this workshop is recorded. It's being recorded right now. It will last at least 4 hours. Oftentimes we go over a little bit. So if you need to leave, that's fine. You can watch the part you miss in the recording. We will keep the sign up for this workshop open for a couple of more days, probably for another 48 hours. So if you have a friend that didn't sign up that you think would really enjoy the workshop, let them know that they can still sign up. They'll get all the handouts and the recordings. They'll get everything except for the live experience, which is what you folks get because you're here with me now. Let's see. I think almost everything else is in the slideshow. I'll say a couple of things about how we run a workshop. So Elizabeth Berger, which I've got a little photo of her in the slideshow so you can see what she looks like, is my moderator, Facebook organizer, classroom. She does all kinds of things for me, and she will be moderating the class today. So she has you on mute, and you will stay on mute just because of the volume of students in this class. But although you're on mute, you can certainly type in chat questions in the chat. And she will also be moderating the chat, and she'll make sure that either she answers the question or she relays the question to me and I answer it. Now, she's not going to interrupt me during the lecture to ask question after question after question, but she knows the material and she will interject at appropriate times and your questions will be answered. The other thing that I should point out is that we use the chat. So those of you who are used to raising your hand with that hand paddle, there's just too many people in this classroom in order to see that. So if you've got your hand raised and no one's calling on you, I hope you'll remember, oh, she said to put my question in the chat, and then put your question in the chat and it'll get answered. I love it. All you folks are saying hello from all over the world. It's really exciting. I'm going to move into the lecture, which is going to explain a lot of things about how we're going to do things today. And Elizabeth, if I'm forgetting anything, just jump in and let me know. Otherwise, I will get going. We've got a lot of material to cover today. And I'm hoping we get it. I hope we get it all done. All right. Okay. Perfectly pointless is the subject matter for today. And it's all about improv triangles. This is me. This is me in my studio in McCarthy, Alaska, which is located in the Wrangell St. Elias National Park. And these are ways that you can learn more about me. You can go to my website, which is easy. It's mariashell.com. And when you go to the website, there's going to be a pop-up that will be to sign up for my newsletter. So if you like the content from today and you want to stay in touch and know when the next Improv for Everyone happens, which I can tell you right now is July 12th, or you just, if you want to follow along, I teach live and virtually. And yeah, so the mariashell.com is a great way to sort of connect. You can also follow me on Instagram. Sometimes I post a lot, sometimes I don't post anything. And then if you need to email me for any reason, the best email to reach me is mariashellimprov@gmail.com. This is Elizabeth. So Elizabeth is, in this case, she's the moderator, but she does an assortment of different things for me. I could not do what I do without Elizabeth. And she'll be monitoring the chat. She lets you into the classroom. If you're having a problem, you can text her, but really try and solve the problem on your own first. I think we're going to have probably 400. I think the signups are getting close to 475. So there's a lot of people that are signed up. And if everybody's texting Elizabeth, then she can't help me. So she's doing a lot of things all at once, like a mad scientist. And thank you very much, Elizabeth. Okay. Actually, Elizabeth has muted you, so you can't unmute yourself. And that's just the way we do this. Otherwise, we'd be listening to a lot of cats, maybe some football games, and some irate husbands. So everybody remains mute. Use the chat if you want to talk. So this is not my slideshow. Okay, here we go. I like to say this, especially when I am working with some students who haven't worked with me before, that we all have this inner critic that says mean things to us. I don't know why we're so mean to ourselves. It makes no sense. But that inner critic can often, yeah, your colors are not very good. Yeah, you didn't do a very good job there. You're not following the directions. You don't know how to sew. All of that. I want to tell you as your teacher that I would like you to turn that off. And for the whole time we're here together, to think about being nice, and that nice to yourself, nice to your fellow students, and that we're in exploratory mode. We are diving deep into a particular shape that quilters love, but actually do not give enough love to. And what I mean by that is, we all like triangles. We use triangles all the time, but we rarely think about them as standalone units. We think of them sort of as the supporting cast in the things that we make as quilt makers, when in reality, they're just integral to what we're doing. Okay. Having a positive attitude isn't wishy-washy. It's a concrete and intelligent way to view problems, challenges, and obstacles. You can often change your circumstances by changing your attitude. Be positive. Your mind is more powerful than you think. What is down in the well comes up in the bucket. Fill yourself with positive things. So I think I made that clear. We're going to be positive about what we're doing today. And then and I'm curious because when I'm giving a lecture, when I'm demoing, I'm really focused on what I'm doing and then what Elizabeth is telling me to do. And I'm not looking out to see what you folks are doing. And a lot of times what you folks are doing is something else. Like, I'm the background noise. And then you're like, oh, wait a minute, what'd she say? Because you were off ironing or sewing or cutting, and you weren't necessarily focused on the lecture. And these little slides here are to say, we want to be nice and we also want to focus, because multitasking is not necessarily the best way to learn. And over time, I got a concussion last year. It's been almost exactly a year, and it really made me aware of how my brain works and what feels good for my brain. Like, we kind of take our brains for granted. We get headaches, but we don't think, we take them for granted. We just think that we're always going to be able to recall things, and we're always going to be able to concentrate, and we're always going to be able to just push our brain as much as we want to. And having a concussion made me realize, maybe I should be nicer to my brain. And as this says, your brain on one task, 100% happy brain. Your brain trying to cut and sew and listen to me and maybe watch the demos in between cutting and sewing. not as happy. And you won't necessarily absorb as much information. So I really want to encourage you during the lecture component to watch. And maybe even also just watch during the demo too. Some students and I will say, if you've taken a dozen classes with me, some of this material is going to be, will have heard it before in some format. And I get it. If you want to, if you're going to do what I call parallel play, where you're doing what I'm doing, we're doing it together. I'm just putting it out there for you guys to think about. Okay. When you signed up for this class, you got a link to join the Maria Shell Workshop group. This group is kind of amazing. I started it during the early days of teaching virtually during COVID, and I had no idea what would happen. But the workshop group has basically two topics. One, quilts you've made in my workshops, and two, quilts you've made using techniques you learned in my workshops. We don't talk about anything else. When you request to join the group, I do want, especially if you're on your phone, because if you're on your phone, you need to scroll down. There are 4 questions that we ask. Elizabeth moderates this group. So there's 4 questions. One of them is kind of silly, and the rest of them are important. And they basically are you agreeing to be nice, to not take other people's work and say that it's your work, or to share other people's work without their permission. And that if you post something, I may use it for educational purposes. And so far, and we're going on 4 years, right? We've had this group for a long time. It is fabulous. And it's a great place because this is a short workshop. It's a great place to continue to have community and share your work, even though the workshop has ended. So I highly encourage you to visit the workshop because of the community, because of the eye candy. And then I'm going to share this with you, which some of you may know, but not all of you, that once you join the group, that this is one of the perks, is that you can go when on Facebook, you post a photo and then you can put it in an album. Well, Elizabeth, every time someone publishes or posts a finished quilt, she takes that quilt and puts it in the folder for the workshop. So for example, you see Perfectly Pointless right here. Some of the other classes that I teach are Game of Improv and Bits and Pieces, Under the Influence. And this is an opportunity for you to look at, like, it's an encyclopedia of great information about all of the different classes that I teach and all of the different things that people have done with the information from the classes. Another way to sort of continue to stay in touch is to post on Instagram. So this hashtag Perfectly Pointless has a lot of fun images. And what's really cool is we're going to cover, these are flying loons. These are pinwheelers, triangles made with line. These are flying loons put in the diamond formation. These are the hourglass blocks with bits inserted. So this person these are all examples of units that we're going to cover today. And actually, the way she has them laid out, that is a pretty cool layout. So if you were to do a few blocks of each type, and then you could do a similar layout and it would look really cool. Okay, I wrote a book. It's called Improv Patchwork. It's coming up on 10 years, which is kind of unbelievable. You can order it from Amazon or from C&T, which is my publisher. And there is a chapter on pointy shapes in the book. And some of the information that we're going to talk about today is in the book. Some of it's in handouts that you're going to get, which I guess this is a good time to say this. Class is going to last 4 hours, maybe a little bit longer. Once the class ends, I'm going to download the recording to my computer, then I'm going to upload it, and I'm going to create a link. I'm also going to gather all the handouts that are relevant to this class. So there's probably 5 or 6 different handouts that I think you will really enjoy having. And I'm going to put that all together into an email, and then I'm going to send it off to you folks. And that should happen later today. Now, if you are somewhere where it is 10 at night, then you're probably going to get it the next day. I think you understand that. So be patient with me, but I'm going to get that information out to you as soon as I can. Seems like there was something else I wanted to say along those lines. Can't remember. Okay. If I'm going to tell you about a couple of classes that I have coming up that you might be interested in. So this is the advertising part of the workshop, and I'm going to do it pretty quickly, but I do feel like I should share this information with you. So this is my website. And if you go to this right here, teaching schedule, and you click on that, it's going to tell you all the classes that I'm teaching virtually and live. And it says clearly virtual workshop, live workshop, so that you know. The next live workshop, I'm going to be at Road to California. I think all of the classes I'm teaching have a few spots left. They're almost full. There's one class, bits and pieces, is full. All the other classes have, I'm going to say 3 or 4 spots left. So if you're coming to Road to California, I'd love to see you in class. The other thing here, I mentioned this already, my website and my newsletter, which is called Tales of a Stitcher, and then Instagram. I do this class twice a year. So and every time I teach it, there's a theme. I think this is the 5th time I've done it. And they're kind of like a moment in time. So you can't access previous versions. Like I said earlier here, that if you have a friend that didn't sign up and you want to encourage them to sign up, they probably got 48 hours to sign up and get the recording. After that, it's gone. The next one I'm teaching, I do it twice a year. So January and July is Saturday, July 12th, Improv for Everyone. And it is the Stash Buster edition. We're going to be talking about all kinds of improv units that you can make from leftover bits. One of my favorite things to do. You can sign up on my website. Remember where I said, let's see, if you go back here, right? You go to teaching schedule, and then you scroll down and you'll see the information and you click on it. That's how you sign up. And it's $30. Okay. I do want to let you folks know that I'm going to Morocco. The tour is about half full right now. So there are spots left. It is amazing. I went last year in April or May, and I'm going back in September. It's the same organization. It's called Amazir Cultural Tours. It's incredible. The whole thing is incredible. There's so many things that are special about this. The woman who runs it is Australian, and she spends half of the year in Morocco. She loves Morocco very deeply. She is also an artist, and she's created these tours that have a different art form as their emphasis. So it might be plein air sketching. It might be, I don't think she does jewelry anymore, but she did a jewelry one. And then she does a textile one. And when she does any of these tours, she invites an artist to come along to be part of the trip. And I am lucky to be the artist in September. If you have questions about it, you can go to this website. This will be part of your link pack that you'll get with the recording, or you can just email me. I'm happy to answer questions. I would love to see you join me. If you've been thinking about going to Morocco and you love textiles, it really doesn't get any better than this. Okay, here's a couple of photos from our trip last year. Each city that we visit, we have a tour guide that is intimate with that area. So we have tour guides that are with us the whole time, and then we have specialized tour guides. And we get to meet. The thing that's really amazing about it is that it's curated, right? Rita curates it. And so we're getting the best of the best. And we're also getting these intimate experiences where we meet the weavers, where we have tea with them, where we do hand dyeing with them. So it's just on a level that is almost hard to explain how magical it is and how wonderful the whole experience is. So I hope you'll join me. Okay, and then the last thing I want to tell you about is Stitching Towards Discovery, which is a 6-month workshop that I teach. We meet twice a month for 6 months. And the goal of the workshop is community, is expanding your repertoire of techniques, and The big emphasis is really on making 4 to 6 large wall quilts. So if you're thinking about making 2025 the year that you really dive deep into becoming a better quilter, and by better quilter, I also mean making your own original designs, and you'd like to do that within a community where there's support and feedback and conversation, then you might want to consider doing this. And I wanted to share with you just a couple of students' work. These are two of my students that I had in Stitching Towards Discovery. And the final event of Stitching Towards Discovery is called The Big Ta-Da. And these are their slideshows from The Big Ta-Da. This is Leanna Butcher, who lives in the state of Washington. And these are the quilts that she worked on and then presented at the end of that 6-month period. We also, you get prompts which help you generate ideas. This is very cool because this is a quilt that this is in one orientation, and then when you flip it, it's the other orientation. So this is winter solstice and this is summer solstice. It's pretty cool. Heart of glass. Students, there's something about being in this community and having the support and just sort of like these they're soft deadlines, right? Like everyone's working hard, so it makes you want to work hard. This is Sherry Priest's portfolio as well. And Sherry decided that she would focus her energies on an exploration. These first two quilts this is kind of funny because this is Stone Meets Shell. So she combined work that she'd done in a Karen Stone class with the work that she'd done in my class. It's pretty cool. But most of her portfolio was all about computers, and it was in many ways an homage to her father, who worked in computers in the very early days of computers. This key punch, single card key punch. And you can see how she took that idea and just made these amazingly cool quilts, pieced. These are pieced. Most of my students are piecers. And it's just really, it's so exciting to see how someone's work evolves during the course of 6 months together. So that workshop starts this month. We had our first meeting 2 days ago. So there's still time to join. And that information's on my website, or you can send me an email and we can talk about it. Okay. Schedule for today. Pretty simple. We're going to do lecture, demo, and then, no, actually it's going to go lecture. Then we're going to stop for questions and comments. Then we're going to do a demo. Then we'll stop for questions and comment. Then we're going to take a break time, which is also free sew time if you want to work without me talking in your ear. And that'll be about a 20-minute break. And then we'll come back and we'll do part 2, basically the same thing over again. I misspelled triangles there. Sorry, folks. Okay. And then I do want to share with you some student work. And then at the very end, I'm hoping we'll all hold up the things that we've worked on during the course of our time together. Okay. So little triangle humor. I love this cartoon. Isosceles, age 4. With or without the math, triangles are fun. And this is this cartoon and then the next slide, which is coming up in a minute. Well, it's coming up there. Okay, we'll backtrack. But this is to say that, you know, of all the geometric units that we work with as piecers, the triangle is the most complicated because it has all these different angles, and based on the angle, it fits together in certain ways. And that is all very, very, very interesting to someone whose mind is inclined to think about hardcore geometry as they piece. But as an improv quilter, my inclination is, I call it intuitive math. And I am going to be making all of these units roughly following the geometric rules. And for those of you who, I know there's going to be some of you out there that are going to find that a little annoying that I am fudging on things. But I'm just going to chalk it up to improv, right? Okay, I'm going to slide back here. I'm going to slide back a couple of slides. Okay, just to give you guys an idea of what's coming ahead. This part one, we're going to do flying loons, shark teeth, triangles made of line, herringbone, zigzag made of line, and then big zigzag. And these are all kind of related to each other and build on each other. And then after our break, we're going to come back and we're going to do the half square triangle plus lines, the hourglass block plus bit work, and pinwheelers. And these units in part two are all really based on the half square triangle. And these units are really all quasi based on the unit I call the flying loon. And that's that, right? So we're getting ready to start our first session, our first unit, which is the flying loon. Okay. I call it the flying loon. The geometric or what you would call it in geometry is a triangle that makes a square. And that to me is a pretty, it's highly descriptive, right? But it is a lot of words. Triangle within a square, triangle that makes a square. And there, if those of you who have been quilting for a really long time have probably heard of Peaky and Spike. That is another name for a triangle that makes a square or triangle in a square. And but I call it a flying loon because, in full disclosure, I used to call it a flying geese because it's the same construction. So if you know how to make a flying geese, you know how to make a flying loon. The thing with the flying loon is that it is a square and a flying geese is a rectangle. So full disclosure, I used to call it a flying geese, but I had enough traditional quilters explain to me that I was wrong. And I was wrong, that it is a square and not a rectangle, and therefore it is not a flying geese. And then I had a student who said, well, why don't you call it a flying loon? Because it's like a flying geese. All right, so that's how that name came. I don't know if it'll stick with you, but it has stuck with me. And when I refer to a flying loon, this is what I'm referring to. And it can be used to make this amazing star block, which is called the sunray star. It also can be used to make this pinwheel, which kind of blows my mind that it's such a cool pinwheel and we don't see it very often. And the other thing that's really cool about this flying loon block, which you'll see that I've done some work in this area, but not a lot, there's a lot of room left for exploring, I think, is that it is really great at creating secondary and tertiary designs. Kind of, woo, so cool the way that it can create these other shapes, either combined with itself or flipped around or colors changed or other blocks added into it. So for example, this is that flying loon block where it's dark green. The big triangle is dark green and the skinny triangles are white. This is that same block, but the white is the big triangle and the dark green is skinny triangles. It's amazing. It's so cool. So very cool. Here's another example of that unit and how I haven't done this. I haven't pieced this, but I just think it is fabulous. And you could do some sub piecing, which we're going to get into in the second half of this workshop. And sub piecing is a term I use so sub piecing means adding additional piecework to a unit. So for example, adding line or using a strip set to cut your shapes out of, that is sub piecing and more. Kind of crazy. It's just such a good block. So good. Okay. And this is a quilt where I've used that block in quite a few areas of this quilt. The quilt's called Kapow. First thing I did is I used it for these star blocks, right? And I think everyone understands that it's the big triangle and the two skinny triangles. The thing about this star block, as opposed to this star block, and I'm up in the right-hand corner here, is that the dimensions are 1/1, right? So this is a square and the center is a square and the other points are a square and the corners are a square. Whereas the relationship in Ohio star or Sawtooth star, whatever you want to call it, it's 2-to-1. So this is half the size of the center. The units that in this quilt that I made using the flying loon block are, I used the big triangles And you can do it two ways. We're just going to cover the way where you just use the big triangle. So the big triangle, to make this zigzag, I use the flying loon units and I put them so that their bases touched to get this diamond shape. I put them in a row to sort of mimic a flying geese unit, right? Because a lot of times we see flying geese units stacked like that. So that's the flying loon stacked. And I created shark teeth, and the shark teeth are when you sew just the skinny triangle to each other. All right. I'm not going to read this. The reason it's in here is I'll actually make this as a handout so that you can follow along. This information is in the book, but this handout on flying loons is probably, like I said, that the book came out almost a decade ago, and I've just gotten better. So the instructions here are better. And this is what we're going to be doing. We're going to do it first as a slideshow, and then we're going to do it as a demo. So for those of you who learn this way, this is going to be really helpful. For those of you who like to see live in action, in progress, that's coming up in the near future. All right. So the first thing I'm going to do when I make my flying loon block is I'm going to cut strips of fabric. And you can see I've got my ruler here. I'm going to talk more about ruler and cutting and pressing during the live demo. So we won't talk about it right now, but I do often use the ruler for my initial cut. And then after that, I don't. And you'll see that in action here shortly. So I cut my strips of fabric. We'll go back here. Oftentimes students say, well, how big should I cut the strips? And how big do I want to make my flying loon unit? And those things are up to you, because you're an improv quilter just like me, and you can make those decisions on your own. This is my rule of advice, is that I will cut my strips approximately an inch bigger than what I want my final unit to be. And in some cases, I might cut them even a little bigger than that. But for the most part, when I start out, I'm going to go an inch bigger. So this tells me if I'm cutting it at my strip at 4 inches, my finished flying loon unit is probably going to be 3.25 inches. It gives me some flexibility. It also, your units are going to shrink because of the seam allowances. All right. So once you cut your strip, then you're going to cut your strip into squares. And I often say that when I cut things or when I make a unit, it's always ish. So I'm going to make these 4-inch-ish. And I usually use the lines on my mat. Sometimes I use the unit itself, and you'll see that in the demo. So what I want is to end up with a bunch of 4-inch-ish by 4-inch-ish squares. Then I'm going to take those squares and I'm going to cut from one corner, in this case, it's left corner to the center, right corner to the center. And that's what it's going to look like. And I'm going to show you some tricks for how to get that line nice and straight, even though you're not using a ruler. Mostly it has to do with positioning your cut line along a line on your mat. And I'll give you a visual on that during the demo. And this is what it's going to look like. You're going to have, I kind of sorted everything out here because I decided, and there's all these different ways, and you're going to see how the different ways you combine the colors together can result in different things happening. So here I decided that anytime I had a big aqua triangle, I would pair it with a skinny burgundy or brick red. Anytime I had a big brick red, I would pair it with a thin gray, and so on. So I was trying to control my pairings. Then I went to the sewing machine and I sewed them. I tend to sew with the skinny triangle on the top and the bigger triangle next to my feed dogs. That's going to give me more control. And then the next step, which I think is integral to quality improvisational piecing. And it goes like this. We cut, we stitch, we press, and then we shape. And shaping is not making everything the same size. That's not the purpose. I'll repeat that. Shaping is not making everything the same size. Shaping is shaping. And shaping is essentially making your unit beautiful and getting rid of any little dog ears. And if I've got a line that I wasn't happy with, I'm just making these units beautiful. And this is the amount of fabric that I cut off. So it's very little, but the way, if you go back here, we'll just go back. See what they looked like here. Yeah, you know, they're all looking kind of wobbly and they got those tails sticking out. And then you see what they look like here. It's like they went through a makeover. They're just so beautiful. Now, if you're really with it when you're making your triangles, the ideal situation is that you're going to press out towards the skinny triangle on both seams. But you'll see I did not. Some of them I pressed in towards the big triangle. And if I'm being completely honest with you, I normally on the first point will press towards the bigger triangle because that's the direction it wants to go in. If I got a light fabric and a dark fabric, I'm going to try and press towards the dark fabric. I don't mind shadowing. I do mind threading, which is when you've got little pieces of thread that show up because they weren't trimmed down. And that is the problem I have to deal with, meaning I need to get better at. Okay, so takeaway here. On your first seam, you can press it towards the big triangle or towards the small triangle. If you're really picky and good, you're going to press it away from the big triangle. That's going to for sure reduce the bulk. And you're going to try and press towards the darker triangle if possible. It doesn't always happen. You can see I didn't do it here. You can see I pressed towards the big triangle here. That's the way it wants to go. So you kind of have to fight with your fabric if you want it to go the other way. The critical thing is that on your next seam, you have to press away from the big triangle. Because if you press both seams towards the big triangle, you're going to have 5 layers of fabric. And that is a lot of bulk to deal with. And nobody wants to do that. Nope. Okay, so now I'm getting ready to sew my second seam. And you'll notice that I have centered that skinny triangle so that there's a little tail on top and there's a little tail on the bottom. And that's going to give me the best results. Now I've sewn all of those together. And this is one arrangement. Remember I talked about how I have the big triangle and I paired it with every big black triangle is paired with skinny pink triangles. And I did that consistently throughout the pairings. So this is one way to do it. And then of course I shaped it because the shaping is beautiful. You can see over here, these guys, it's like they need to go to a spa. And then they went to the spa and they just look so good. All right, there's more. I have, some people have a lot of pictures of their grandchildren. I don't have any yet. So I have a lot of pictures of shaping. All right. So this is what the back looks like if you're perfect. As we mentioned before, I am not. And by perfect, I mean you've got your seams pressed out. And that's the whole goal there is to reduce the bulk. Okay. And that's what they look like from the front. And you'll notice I'm starting to get irregularity in where my points end. And I love it, right? Like this guy's super short. These guys are short here. Some of them are really tall. They go all the way out to the edge, which means I'm going to lose the point, which I don't care about. All of this is about cultivating irregularity and controlling it in a way that you get that dynamic energy of an irregular geometric shape while also controlling things so that they will fit together and they will lay nice and flat, and you can be really proud of your construction techniques. So this is one layout that you might do with your flying looms. And these are the bases of the triangles are together, right? And it forms an egg shape or a diamond. Here, I swapped them all around, which makes it a lot more chaotic, right? It's the same orientation, but the colors have been swapped out so you can't clearly see that egg. And sometimes, like here, that comes forward. Those whites really come forward on this. Okay, so to show you a selection of quilts that were made using, these quilts all have the flying loom unit, and some of them have a unit I call a short row, and the short row is in the book. So if you have the book, you can look for short rows and you can do your own version of this quilt. So these are flying loom units where I made the egg shape, and and this is an important, I would say, takeaway point that I want to emphasize is that I will do a lot of color pairing at the sewing machine, but I am never putting colors together that do not look good together. So I am pairing them and I'm like, ooh, you look beautiful together. You should go next to each other. And I might pull the next two triangles, the skinny one and the fat one. And I'm like, you guys are really flat. And I am not going to put you together. I'm going to find another fabric. And so my pairings are always beautiful, but I often do them at the sewing machine. So there's a level of spontaneity to the pairings in that I don't pre-plan it beforehand. I do it in the moment, but the pairings are intentional. And I'll probably repeat that multiple times. Okay, so this is that flying loom unit. Same configuration. This quilt is this quilt. The difference is there is no short row and a concentrated color, which is something I often do. And by concentrating color, I mean that I put the same colors next to each other so that they start to form larger shapes. And this is a good example because you see how it forms this sort of little twirly, love it, shape with it's floating on that purple background. And that is that quilt. Let's see, we've got a couple more of these. This one's Tundra, and it is similar to, it's actually the same quilt as Birchwood's Glimmer. The difference is the palette, the orientation of the flying loom, and the size of the short row. So you can see the short row is much larger, and I controlled this unit to make a zigzag, right? And I designated half of my fabrics were what I called pale neutrals and warm colors. So warm being orange, red, pink, and yellow. And then the other half of my colors, I designated them as dark neutrals plus cool colors, which would be purple, blue, green, and teal. Anytime I had a big triangle that was a cool color or a dark neutral, I was going to use skinny triangles that were from the pale neutral warm color pile and vice versa. And then I arranged these so that I could get that zigzag to come forward. And there are all three of those next to each other. So you can kind of get an idea of how color palette and the units you combine with, how you combine the flying loom with other units, in this case, the short row, you can get fun and exciting things happening. So you could actually spend all of your time just making the flying loom. And there's so many good things that would come out of that. Okay, now we're going to look at triangles made with line. And in many ways, when you make a triangle made with line, you're just going to start with a center triangle, which could be the same center triangle from, it's the same size really as the one that you use to make your flying loom. So you start with a triangle. So you cut a strip of fabric, and then you would cut your triangles out of the strip of fabric. No skinny triangles, just the fat triangle. And then you're going to add line to two sides. You could add lines to the third side, but when you enclose a shape, you enclose it with a line, it can no longer attach to other shapes. So I normally do not enclose a shape unless I'm very intentional, like I know what I'm going to do. So, and we can talk more about that later. All right, so you got your triangle, and I should say about these big triangles that, how big is this one? Looks like it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, probably 6. You don't have to have them that big. They could be like 4 inches. The base needs to be fat. So I wouldn't start with a skinny triangle. So you need to have at least a 4-inch base. It could be taller than that. It could maybe even be shorter than that. But the base, and by the base, I mean, this is the side I'm not going to sew strips to. And that is the base of my triangle. And it needs to be fat, because a skinny triangle, it'll just get skinny, skinny, skinny. It will never get bigger. I don't know the math behind that, but I do know that is, I've yet been it very difficult to get a skinny triangle to get fat. So you got to start with a fat triangle. Then you're going to take your strips. And this is my trick. I'm sure there are other tricks. Maybe they involve measuring, but I'm not going to do the measuring. So I take my strip of fabric and I line it up. So there's a tail. So it goes past the point of the triangle. And then I line it up down here so that there is a tail. So it goes past the edge of the triangle on both sides. Here, I'm going to clean it up so that it's flush. You can see that. I'm probably not going to use a ruler to do that, but you could. I want to encourage you guys not to use your ruler. Don't use it. Don't use your ruler. I know there's a ruler here, and the ruler is here to give you a visual on the measurement, not because I used it. It's more to say, look, this is a 1/2 inch right here. So you cut this side flush and you cut this side so there's a 1/2 inch tail. Now, you're going to take that strip of fabric, and I know it was flush here, but you don't keep it flush. So you shift it so that there's about a finger's width and a finger's width on either side. You follow my cursor, there's a finger's width here on the left side. There's a finger's width here on the right side. And this is all ish. Remember, it's a lot of ishing here. Then I'm going to go to the sewing machine and I'm going to sew it. I'm probably going to sew with the strip next to my feed dogs because I want to make sure that this big triangle is centered along that strip. Now, and people to forget to do this. And you see how my lines are going at an angle, and the reason they're going at an angle is because when I cut them at an angle, and this is cut at an angle, you know, if you want the tails, that I guess is the takeaway. When you make a triangle made out of line, you need to have tails. These are your tails. So you're going to stitch that. Then you're going to press it, and there's going to be a tail on the bottom, and there's going to be a tail on the top. And you're going to cut those off. You're going to cut them flush. And then you repeat the process. So you're going to line up your strip of fabric. And if you're using the same fabric that you cut off of for the first line of fabric, it will line up like this. And then you're going to create a tail of a 1/2 inch. And then you're going to shift that tail so that it's centered on your triangle. Then you're going to stitch it. Then you're going to clean it up. And you just repeat that process over and over again. Okay, so this is a cautionary tale here. The quilt that is on the cover of my book, and we'll look at it here eventually, it's called Big Try. When I made that, I was new to making these triangles made of line. And I was sewing strips of fabric onto my base triangle that were not the same width. So those of you who are mathematically inclined are going to very clearly see in your brain what happened. And that is, if I've got skinny lines on one side and fat lines on the other side, and they're not the same, my triangle is going to start leaning. And that's okay, except for if you want them to fit together like an hourglass block. So if you got 4 triangles that need to fit together in the center, you can't have one of them leaning all the way over to the right or the left. It's not going to work. So what I learned to do is that every so often I'll take a ruler, and it doesn't have to be a triangle ruler. It could be any ruler that has a line And in particular, you guys can see how it has that triangle shape here, right? So I just line up the ruler to make sure that that my point of the triangle is actually going up, straight up, not to the left, not to the right. And I will tell you that it's not as interesting when it does that. Okay, so here we are. We're going to look at my, not really a mistake, but a teachable moment and a learnable moment for myself. So I am cruising along, and then you can see here, this is a big fat pink on this side. It's a skinny pink on this side. Now I tried to compensate for it by putting a fat blue over here and a skinny blue over here, but then I did skinny and skinny, skinny and skinny. Anyway, my triangle is leaning all over the place, and I cannot seem to get control of it. If you want your triangle to lean back and forth, you're going to have to think very carefully, and you're going to have to use, sometimes you're going to have to use a really big strip and then cut it down. You can see how this is big here, and then it got really skinny here. That's some of what was happening there. This is Sweta, and I'm not going to try and say her, a student of mine from India who did this really cool thing with her triangles made of line. So I like to share this because couple of things that she did. All of her bases are different colors. She has a limited palette. Probably looks like about 5 colors. And sometimes she sewed a strip of fabric on one side and a strip on the other side, but sometimes she sewed 2 strips on one side and then a big strip of another color on the other side. She did not have a repeat of her color, which caused interesting things to happen. The repeat will make it visually stronger as far as repetition is concerned. But if you vary your fabric color order, you also get interesting things happening. I think this is really interesting. And she was mindful. And you can see how these do pretty much fit together. Herringbone. The herringbone, super cool. I think the herringbone is kind of like, this would make an amazing baby quilt and not super hard to construct. Herringbone takes a while. I don't know what it is about the herringbone, but they take a while to sew. All right. And they are directly related to the triangle made of line. Okay. How are they related? Well, you start with a triangle made of line. So you got a triangle with a big base, right? Always want that big fat base. Then you're going to do a strip of fabric on one side, just like I showed you a minute ago, and then a strip of fabric on the other side. Strip of fabric, strip of fabric. You're going to make sure that the center continues to go kind of straight up. Once you get 3-4 strips sewn onto your base, you're going to come in and you're going to square the bottom of your triangle. That's all it is. And then you keep sewing on just like you would if it were a triangle made of line. Keep sewing it. And then every so often, I do check my point so that I'm not wandering off into Dr. Seuss land with my triangles or my herringbones. And then I'm going to do cleanup cut. When you get to the end, you have a couple of options. What I did in the book, because this unit is in the book and the instructions are exactly what I just told you. The only difference that you might want to think about is what I'm going to say now. And that is that I built my strip out, my herringbone strip out, and then I lobbed it off, right? So I got these 2 little green triangles. A more efficient method would have been to sew 2 triangles to the end here. Then I wouldn't have lost all of this. So that would be my recommendation now. And that would be the difference between what's in the book and what I'm telling you now. Okay. So that's what it looks like. It's very cool. It's not hard, but it does take a while. I don't know what it is about the herringbones, but they are slow going. Okay. Another variation of the triangle made of line and the herringbone is the skinny zigzag. So this is a piece of fabric that has a zigzag in it, and I used it as my source of inspiration for my zigzag. So I pulled a palette based on the palette here. And then here are the things that are different. When you make a triangle made out of line, you want to turn it into a zigzag, they need to all be the same. So I've got the same center, the same lines here, the same lines here. So this is like eggplant, white, pink, eggplant, white, pink, no variation. And if you're really persnickety, which I kind of understand, you would make these strips of fabric pretty much the same width. And I'll show you why in just a second. So now, after you've sewn several lines on, you're going to square it, just like you do with a herringbone. And then you're going to sew them together. Notice I switched colors. Sometimes I get all excited and I do not take photos like I should. So this is my zigzag made of line. And it's a triangle made of line, which is a herringbone, but the placement of the colors and the width of the colors are all the same. If they are not, this is going to happen. But it's okay, right? This is okay. But you notice on the red here how it's nice and clean all the way from one end to the other. I kind of like how that looks better, but that really is up to you. You can see here, I missed the mark every time here. So something to think about, but it's still pretty cool. This would also make a very cool baby quilt, I think. You could use really cool, bold colors, very contemporary. Okay. Now, big zigzag. And I think this is the last unit, and then we are going to roll on into the demos. Okay. The way you make the big zigzag, as opposed to the zigzag made out of line, is you're just working with the fat triangle from the Flying Loon unit. So here, and this is what actually started the whole thing, is this Tri-Rec ruler by Darlene Zimmerman and Joy Hoffman. You can still buy them. I don't use the ruler anymore, but when I first started playing around with these units, I did use the ruler all the time. And I'm going to cut my triangle. And in this case, I'm only cutting the fat triangle. And when I demo it, I'm not going to be using the ruler, but you cut a triangle and then you cut another triangle up here. So you're going to cut one with the top point going up and one with the top point going down. So they're all big triangles, no skinny triangles. And you sew those together so that one point is here and the other point is there. And it's going to look like this. I know you guys are all muted, but if I were to ask you, what do you think I'm going to do next? Well, here, I left out the photo, but I sewed them together and then I shaped them. I'm always shaping. So this is just a row of fat triangles sewn together, right? And then you do another row and then you put them with the fabric color, the same color next to each other, right? So they're mirrored, and then you shift them and then you cut the extra off and you sew them together. So you cut that extra off, sew it together, and you just repeat the process. So here, if I wanted to have another row, then I would have this burgundy color and another color, and I would do the same thing until I got this big, in the book, it's called a chevron stripe, but I think a better name for it is the big zigzag. Oh, sorry guys, one more unit. And so the big zigzag is just using the big triangle, and the shark teeth is just using the skinny triangle. And shark teeth is the term I use for half rectangle triangle, which some of you may be familiar with that term. Also HRT, which stands for half rectangle triangle. And I just find shark teeth is a better visual and it is much easier to say. So this is the unit that we're going to be talking about right there. Okay, to make your shark teeth, you're going to cut 2 strips of fabric. You're going to cut them about 1 inch bigger than you want your final shark teeth to be. once you cut your strip of fabric, you're going to cut the strip of fabric into rectangles, because that's the whole. If you cut them into squares, then you're going to end up with half square triangles, and we want half rectangle triangles. So you're going to cut them into rectangles, and you'll notice that I have varied the size of my triangles because I like that. Okay, and then this is my big trick. You are going to take that rectangle and you're going to line it up, lower left point right here, upper right point right here. I drew the line here because I felt like it wasn't visible enough. Most of you, well, maybe not most of you, a lot of us have mats where the increments of 5 inch, that the line is thicker. And this mat, as you can tell, is very old and the line had kind of worn off. So I drew it in with a marker. The takeaway though is really that you're going to line them up on that line. So you line your rectangle up on that line and it just gives you a visual, makes it easier to cut. You're going to get a pile of triangles and you're going to sew them together. And then you're going to shape them, which that happened off stage. And then you've got this row of triangles and you can see how there is a variation in height. And I'll demo this, but I'm also going to point it out here. If you want to save the points here and here, good luck when you're working improvisationally. I think you can do it, but you'd have to make your triangles slightly bigger and you'd have to recut all of them. I just don't do that. Actually doesn't interest me to like fiddle with the triangles in that way. But there are times when I want, and I'm going to go back here so you guys can see this. Here, to me, I'm going to pick which triangle point is more important. And to me, the red triangle, the end point of the red triangle is the most important. So I am going to sacrifice the green points for the red points. If, in this case, I want the purple point, that's the one I want, then I'm going to shift all of my units so that the side that I want to save the triangle is flush. And then I'm going to sacrifice those white triangle points. I don't care. And you shift it and that will give you, and then you'll clean it up and you will save most of these points and you will probably lose most of these points and it will still all look very good. Okay. And now what we're going to do is I'm going to stop the screen share. I'm going to end the lecture for now. And Elizabeth is going to ask questions if she has any.
I do have a few.
Okay.
When you showed your flying loon quilt, I don't remember the name of that one, the one that's in the browns.
Uh-huh.
Can you explain how you chose the colors?
Ooh, yeah. I call that's a push neutral palette. That's my name for it. So I often do, in fact, this quilt that's behind me is a pushed blue palette. And so I select a center color, like my main color, which would be blue in the quilt behind me. In Birchwood's Glimmer, which is a quilt that you're asking about, the main color were neutrals. And then I try to like push my palette over into like as far as I can. In like, how far can I push a blue palette? Well, I could go over into the purples. I could go over into the greens and the teals, and maybe I'll add some black or white or gray that works with that essential main color, which is blue. Now in Birchwood's Glimmer, I was working with neutrals and I was like, how far can I push my neutrals? Well, there are colors that look like neutrals. So there are orangey browns, there are browny yellows, there are creamy whites, and I added those colors into that palette. So it's just really playing with having like a center color and then seeing how far you can push it and still get the quilt to read as a particular color.
Okay, thank you. So do you end up with multiple quilts from excess blocks made if you've changed color placement once you start on your design wall?
Yes, always. So
Um,
I have, you know, Freddie Moran and Gwen Marston used to call it their parts department. Um, I had a student recently say this to me, and I think this is the term I'm going to adopt. I if I don't use them, they go into my inventory. And then the inventory are all these units that can potentially grow into other quilts. And for some people, I know if you don't like having an inventory, give your inventory to someone who does. You can give it to me. Okay.
um, are you sewing in the moment, like trial and error on the design wall, or are you making a plan?
All of the above. So you know, it depends on the origin story. So, for example, the quilt behind me, and I'll make sure you guys get this as a link. The National Quilt Museum contacted me and said, "Would you do a block of the month for us?" And I said, "Yeah, I've never done that before. That sounds like fun." And they said the topic for the year was echo. So I thought, I think quarter circle might be fun. And it makes a ripple, right? And ripple is like an echo, it's a visual echo. And so that I made a block for that, and I had to write the instructions, and I'll send you guys the instructions for that. Um, and then I'm like, wow, I really like that. I think I'm gonna do some more work with that. So I started making more and more and more, and then I ended up with this quilt. So this quilt, that's the origin story for this quilt. Other quilts, I belong to a group where we would get prompts, and the prompt would be, you know, water or mask or spring, or, you know, all these different things. And then I would respond to that. Sometimes leftovers from one quilt and becomes another quilt. A lot of times I'll sketch, but the sketch is just like an initial idea. It's like, oh, you know, the bear fence quilt that has the shark teeth, that quilt came out of, it's like, I think I want to try and make a quilt based on my book. Like me using my book as if I didn't write the book, and how I might take some units from different chapters and put them together into a quilt. Um, so it's all these different ways.
Okay. When you cut your strips, are you cutting straight? Are you cutting on the grain? Are you paying attention?
Yeah, we're going to talk some about cutting strips in the demo. So Elizabeth will just ask me that question again when we just remind me to talk about how I cut my strips.
Okay.
If, yeah.
And also, this is a bigger question. Planning a quilt composition. Can you share your method on? I know you make sketches, but
Well, okay, what I will do is I can, you know, share a little bit from my sketchbook. We'll pull out one of my sketchbooks and we'll look at that. So I'm making a couple notes for the demo right now. So demo, talk about cutting strips, talk about, and then I think the big thing for me is that I have a sketchbook and I use it. So I'll show you guys a little bit of my sketchbook. The best way, really, I know this sounds kind of ridiculous, but this class is all about triangles and making the units. And if you're really interested in design and composition, then one of my longer format classes, really, we go deep into that conversation. Um, Yep. Okay. What's up next?
and everyone will receive handouts tomorrow with a comprehensive email.
Yeah. So I don't have handouts for everything, but okay, you got three sources of information. You're going to have the handouts. You're going to have the book, like buy the book, like it has all of this stuff, not all of it, but the things really from that first lecture, most of those things are in the book. And then you have the recording, right? So those three things are gonna are your sources of information. And I will try and tell you if where you can find some things, right? Like almost the shark teeth are not in the book, but all that other information was in the book. And it may not be in the exact same format because I've gotten better with it, but that information is in the book. And then the stuff from that'll be in the second half, I have handouts for all of that. Okay.
When will your second book be available? Your new book.
That's oh, that is a very good question. I am on target to have another book come out in 26. Let's hope.
Okay.
Right.
When is the official break in the class happening so people can plan their class day?
Yeah. So the official break, I'm going to do some demoing, and of course you folks can take your break whenever, right? And I should say that right now, if you need to get a glass of water or use the loo, is a good time because Elizabeth and I are going to be checking the cameras and I'm going to be pulling the fabric out and turning my iron on. So that coming right up is time to take a teeny break. And then when I finish demoing, which let's say is probably going to go about 45 minutes, then there'll be another break. So there'll be another break probably at the 2-hour mark. That'll be a 20-minute break where you can get something to eat or just sew without me talking. Yep.
Okay. Are triangle byline strips ruler cut to keep continuity?
I don't understand the question, Elizabeth.
I also don't understand this question. This is air quotes, triangle byline strips ruler cut.
Okay.
Okay.
No,
To
none
keep
of it's ruler
continuity.
cut.
Sorry. I read it back.
I'm sorry. Ask it again because I think I understand it.
Okay. Are triangle byline strips ruler cut to keep continuity? No.
No.
Okay.
I might use the lines on my mat. I think what you're saying is that the triangles made out of line, which have strips of fabric sewn onto them. I cut the strips without a ruler, but every so often I'm going to be checking my triangle to make sure it's not leaning over. And then I'll compensate. So sometimes I might find out my triangle's leaning over. So I need to put a fat strip on one side and a skinny strip on the other side. So I'm always just eyeballing it.
Okay. The breakup quilt, how did you get this spinning look? How did you get motion in it?
I think some of that's concentrating color. So I put certain colors together so that they connected to each other. I also think that when you cut and piece improvisationally, your eye, this is the trick. And if you want to break it, and I have over the years, I've sort of figured this out. When you make the same unit over and over again, and you do it in a traditional quilt where you've measured everything, it is going to look static and the eye is going to read it as being static. And the reason it's static is because it's all the same. When you cut the same unit improvisationally, it's the same, but you cut it without a ruler, there are slight variations. And when you put that all together, those slight variations, the eye is like, what is going on here? And the eye then tries to tell the brain, yo, brain, these are not all the same. They may look the same, but they are not all the same. And the eye gets very excited. The brain doesn't want to take the time to look at it. But eventually the brain realizes, something is going on here. And that is what's going on, is that there's an irregularity in the shape that isn't immediately recognizable. But when you think about it, you see it.
That does it for questions. We are caught up.
Okay. All right. So let's all take a very short break. And Elizabeth and I are going to get all our cameras set up and we will be ready to go. We're going to demo things in the order that I talked about them. So we're going to start out with flying loons. Those of you who want to do a flying loon, we're going to do a 2-color flying loon to start out with. And that means you should pick 2 pieces of fabric. And we're going to start by cutting the strips. All right. So we'll be back here in about 5 minutes. Elizabeth, I think all the cameras are set up if you want to request. Um,
Okay, I've got iron,
yeah.
cutting table.
Can you get that sewing machine?
I get it. Okay, it's
Yeah.
like three tries. Yeah. Okay,
That
yes.
is so weird. I don't know
Mhm.
why. Okay, we're gonna start out with the
Cutting
uh
table.
then me, yes, and all my down. Okay, so those that we're gonna make flying loons to start out with, and the first thing we're gonna do is I'm gonna iron my fabric, and this is sort of the tutorial on cutting the strips. So let me make sure. All right, I've got 4 layers here. And for those of you who have been working improvisationally for a long time, this is going to be repeat information. So just go on your merry way. For those of you who are new to improv, these are the things I do. I like to start out with a clean cut. And so this is my cleanup cut. This is the first cut I make. This is my favorite ruler. It's 4 inches by 14 inches. I like it because it is long enough that it traps my fabric when I've got my fabric folded into 4 layers. So this is yardage. I've got a selvage down here, and then I've got my 4 layers up here with the center fold being right there. I like to lay my fabric so the big fold, which is, that it's got all 4 layers, is next to me, and that the other layers are going out away from me so that when I push with my cutter, I'm pushing the excess fabric out. So this is going to be my cleanup cut, and I'm going to use a ruler just to clean things up. Now, the next one I'm going to do is going to be the cut that is going to decide the strip size. So I'm going to go with 4 inches, and I could use the ruler. And these are the times when I use the ruler for the cleanup cut and for the initial first cut. And then after that, I'm done with my ruler. I just do that a lot of times because it keeps my fabric neater. It also gives me a nice clean start, and then things can go kind of wild from there. Let's see. I think what I want to do, I'm going to cut this like this. All right. Your ruler. We use a ruler for 4 things. 1, it's a unit of measurement. 2, it's a straight edge. 3, it's a weight. And 4, it's a guardrail, right? So those are 4 things we use a ruler for. If we're not using a ruler, then we have to outsource all of those tasks. So the first 2 tasks are outsourced to my mat. So I'm going to use my mat I'm going to use the lines on my mat as a ruler and as a straight edge. Then, which I think a lot of people don't think about this, the other 2 jobs are going to be outsourced to your non-dominant hand. And for me, that's my left hand. So I'm going to be using my left hand as a weight, and I can't use it as a guardrail because I do not want to cut my fingers off, but I am going to use it as a smoother so that I don't have, and if you watch me here, and it might not, well, just to get going, if I don't use that second hand, and I actually had my blade open and I didn't mean to do that. Okay, don't do that. If you're going to practice with your blade closed. Okay, so blade closed. If I don't have my non-dominant hand, you can see how things are going to start to move around. So if you think about it that way, the first 2 jobs are outsourced to your mat. The second 2 jobs are outsourced to your hand. I'm going to count over 1, 2, 3, 4. And a lot of times I'll take, you see how that line's thicker? You can't really see it on the monitor, but this is a thicker line. So I'm going to line up my fabric so that the thick line is the line I'm aiming for. I'm going to start down here, which you guys can barely see. Let's scooch that up a little bit. I get these things out of the way. All right, so non-dominant hand, holding things in place. I've got my cutter. I am going to open my blade and now I'm going to cut. And this is a lot of fabric to be cutting without a ruler. It's too much fabric, maybe. All right. So you can see how this is not perfectly straight. I'm okay with that. If I find out, which did happen here, because in all honesty, I rarely cut 4 layers without a ruler. If I've got 4 layers, I'm probably going to use my ruler. If I don't want to use my ruler, then I'm not going to cut 4 layers. So you can see right here, I had a tail. So this is what I'm going to do. If you end up with your cut being subpar, you can come in and clean it up like this. So I've got another one right there. I'm going to clean that up. And remember, everything is ish. So I'm more concerned with having a beautiful cut than I am with having a particular size. Now, that's one strip. I'm going to cut this other strip. And I'm going to cut it the way I normally do if I'm not using a ruler. And that is, I'm just going to have 2 layers. So I got 1 layer, 2 layers. I'm going to give this a press. As you can see that crease right there, that can affect my cutting. So I'm just going to press it out and that's going to help me have a smoother cut. Okay. Then, let's see if I'm going to move my, let's see how that goes. Okay, moving my computer out of the way. I often will use these lines on my mat that are going diagonal. And I also cut on the diagonal, meaning I'm going to cut like this. Those of you who haven't done that before, you think about it. When you are cutting straight out, right, like that, you can feel that you have less control in your shoulder when you get really far out. But when you cut at a diagonal, there's more control. I don't know, somebody that knows about muscles could probably tell us what's going on, but I have more control when I make a diagonal cut. I'm not cutting diagonally. I'm not cutting, the shape isn't diagonal. It's a straight strip, but I'm cutting the strip on the diagonal. I hope that makes sense, right? So here I've got my fabric on the diagonal. I'm going to line it up. I could use the lines on my mat, but because I already have this strip, I'm going to just use this strip. So I'll take my strip and I'll put it on top of my purple fabric, and then I'm just going to give it a cut. And you'll notice what I'm doing with this non-dominant hand. It's a weight and I'm smoothing. And if you are afraid of cutting your fingers, there are chef's gloves, which will help you protect your fingers. My advice, I don't wear the chef's gloves. I get it. I get why people do. But I just try to be really mindful of what I'm doing. So now I've got the 2 strips of fabric, salvage to salvage, and I'm going to put them on top of each other. And you'll notice this is, I want to say this is navy and this is purple. The purple is significantly bigger than the navy, and I'm going to deal with that, but I'm not going to deal with it right now. So we've got our 2 strips. If you're working, okay, no matter what kind of fabric you're working with, they need to be right sides up. But if you're working with solid fabrics, that means that you decide which side is right side up. And sometimes it's really important. Most of the time you can if you get it turned around, you can fix it, as in unsew. But we'll talk more about that in a little bit. So here I just cleaned off my salvage and we're making the flying loon unit. And so we're going to cut squares, because remember the flying loon is a square. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to cut over. Now this is the point where I might clean it up so that they're the same size. You could do it at any point. All right, so now I'm actually, because the blue is smaller than the purple, I'm going to end up with something that's kind of a rectangle shape, but I'm okay with that. All right, so there's a couple of ways to cut this shape. One is just to use the lines on your mat, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then cut. The other thing that you could do is take your unit that you just cut and put it on top of the fabric you're cutting from, and then cut the unit. I'm going to clean these up now. The more layers you have, the less control you have. And I also should say, give a shout out to my rotary cutter. This is a 60 millimeter straight handle cutter. If you are working improvisationally and you're cutting things with your rotary cutter, not your scissors, this is the cutter to have. It is, the way I normally describe it is your 45 millimeter is like a push lawnmower, and your 60 millimeter is a riding lawnmower. And it just makes sense to have a tool that is up to the task of cutting through layers of fabric without the ruler, because the ruler gives the cutter more power. And if you don't have the cutter, then you got to have a more powerful ruler. I mean, if you don't have your ruler, you got to have a more powerful cutter. So try it. I think you will like it. Okay, so we're not going to do, we'll do something else with these guys with the rest of this later. And we're going to take these, and I'm just going to do 2 layers at once. And you can see they're still not all the same size. That is okay. And I'm going to line them up on that big line on my mat so that it's centered, right? And you can tell that it's centered here. I've got 2 and 2 is 4. And I'm going to cut. I systematize everything just because I think that's going to give me better results. And it also just trains my brain that I'm going to cut from right to left. And then I'm going to cut left. I'm going to cut from right to center and left to center. So I'm going to do my first cut, hold this in place, and I'm just going to cut straight towards that line. And that's going to give me those 2 tiny triangles. And then it's going to give me this shape. At this point, I'm going to take and I'm going to put that unit like that, so that the point here and the point down here line up on the same line. And I'm just using that line as a method of guidance. It's my ruler. So now this is what I've got. I've got 2 skinnies and 1 fat. I'm going to repeat the process, but I'm going to talk about something a little bit different here. A lot of improv quilters, improv teachers, talk about this concept, which we call cut to match. And when we cut to match, we've got our units. So I started with a square and I cut these. And if I were going to do cut to match, which means I'm going to take this triangle, I'm not going to move it around at all. Like, I'm keeping it in its exact orientation. Then I'm going to take this triangle and I'm going to pair it. And then I'm going to do the same thing here. And I have to methodically remember that this goes to this and this goes to this. This goes to this, this goes to this. I might do that by pinning. I'll just come in with my straight pin and I'm going to line these up and I'll just put a pin right here. And that tells me that these guys go together. Same thing here. And I just would keep everything in place so that it's cut to match. The way I work with small units is that I do not follow that protocol of cut to match. I'm just going to make this big pile. And I don't really care what is sewn to what. I mean, I do care in that I need to sew a skinny one to a fat one, but I don't care that they are cut to match. And I'll talk a little bit more about that once I finish cutting these guys right here. Okay, so when I go to the sewing machine, this is my pile. If I have a bunch of different colors, I call this fabric salad. I'm going to toss my fabric salad right? And part of why I'm going to do that is if I had multiple colors, say I got 12 colors, then the fabric salad allows me to see unusual color combinations so that I don't get in a rut of pairing the exact same color combinations together. Because a lot of you, what you'll do is you'll put, I'm going to put my purple here, my green here, and my yellow here, and you've got everything all laid out, and then you pick them up and you match them. If you do this, you're going to end up with more unusual pairings. Now, in this case, we've only got 2 fabrics. So we know that if I've got a fat triangle, I'm going to pair it with a skinny triangle and a skinny triangle. They are not cut to match in this situation. So there's going to be some variations that happen, and I'm okay with that. I also need to, so there's no regularities. This triangle is too small. That's okay. The only thing that is not okay, and this will happen because I see it happen all the time, is that students will do this, where they sew the outer edge of their skinny triangle to one of the sides of this triangle. And when you do that, you get, it's cute, it's a butterfly shape, but it is not a triangle that makes a square. And so when you get the butterfly, you know you've sewn the wrong side of your skinny triangle to your big triangle. So I'm going to take this pile and I'm going to go to the sewing machine and we're going to sew those. And you just, either you can sew your triangles or you can look at me sewing my triangles. Pretty basic. You can see how I sew. And yeah, going to the sewing machine. All right, we're gonna go to the ironing board now. And let's see, I don't know how, I had all of this set up perfectly, and then it decides it's going to, I don't know. Okay, so I'm going to leave my iron in the down position because that's going to help it start steaming. I use a lot of steam, and I use, my iron is on the linen setting, and I put it in the down position because that essentially tells it to steam until I leave it there for too long, and then it will say that it's going to turn off because it's in the down position. Okay, then I have, this is my clapper. No, Elizabeth, I had this perfectly square and then somehow, all right, there we go. Okay. So those of you who've had a hard time with your iron spitting because you put water in them, I want to recommend you experiment. If you're using tap water, which is, my tap water is very hard because we're on a well, that you might want to consider doing what I do, which is I use spring water, and I just buy it at the grocery store. And I don't use distilled water, I use spring water. And that's just seems to work really well for me. So you might try other types of water and see if that will help you. You can use a spritzer, but to me, it's just not the same. I mean, the spritzer would be my second choice. If I couldn't put water in my iron, then I would use a spritzer. You notice that I've got everything on top of everything else. That's just because I'm kind of continuing to iron everything, and I want it to lay really flat. So I'm doing this. Now, if I've got units where I've sewn multiple seams, I don't know that we'll get there today, but I've got a lot of seams and they're not laying flat. Then the next thing I'm going to come in and do is I'm going to put this clapper on top of everything. And oftentimes if I've got a unit that is giving me grief, I'll put the clapper on it and I'll leave it there for a while, and I'll go and work on something else and then come back and the units will be nice and flat. So now we're going to go back to the cutting station and we're going to cut these guys. So this is the shaping part, and it really is just, sometimes I'll use the lines on my mat, right? And I'm just going to get them nice and clean. If I don't like the initial cut that I made there, I may correct it. So this is me sort of a self-edit, making things look good. You don't have to cut on all four sides, although sometimes I do. Mostly I'm getting rid of the dog legs or the dog ears. Is that right? And then cleaning up any cuts that I don't like. So I'll do that. Elizabeth, you have any questions for me right now?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Hang on. Um, when I cut without a ruler, I end up with a bit of a curve. How do you
Yep.
deal with those slight curves? You try to make them straight.
You come in and you do a cleanup cut. So if you've got, here, I'll just demo. We talked about this a little bit because the cut that I made with this black, well, navy blue fabric was not very good because I had 4 layers. So if I don't like the cut that I've made, I just come in and clean it up. I just recut the part I don't like. I mean, that is one of the beauties of, one of the things that's beautiful about working improvisationally is that you can always redo your cut. Anything else right now?
A bigger question. If you want to talk about your stash, how extensive your stash is, how do you organize your stash?
Okay, yeah, we'll get there. We'll do that. I'm going to sew these together and we'll talk about my fabric collection in a little bit.
Hey, everybody. While Maria is sewing, there is no sound. She is far away from the microphone, so it is quiet when she sews.
Elizabeth, did you say something about sound?
Yes, it's quiet when you sew, so people keep asking about that. So I was trying to clarify.
Yeah, it's actually not that far from where the computer is, but I have so we'll go to the ironing board because I'm at the ironing board now. We I have the background noise turned down so you can't hear the sewing machine. Um,
And can you talk about your 1/4 inch seam? You are sewing a 1/4 inch seam.
I am okay. Elizabeth, say that again. What
You are sewing a 1/4 inch seam. There's
yes,
been a lot of questions on that. Yes.
but I'm not being super persnickety about it. Um, because we're not making these units to be exactly the same size as we would in traditional quilt making, um, it's not as important that it is an exact 1/4 inch, but you don't want to be going all over the place. A 1/4 inch seam, if you consistently do a 1/4 inch seam, that's a nice amount of bulk that you can deal with. If you start using really big seams, that's a lot of bulk. If your seams are like go kind of curvy or go from 1/8 of an inch to a 1/2 an inch, that's going to create a lot of distortion, which could potentially be difficult to deal with. So,
Can you also talk about the goodness of improv, that it is not perfect?
yes, that you can make, and we're going to go, I'm back to the cutting station that we are, so these are my units and this is what they look like beforehand. And you'll notice, so this is the shaping, right? That I've got some distortion happening. If I line this up, I've got this kind of angled. So I'm going to clean these up. I'm going to shape them. I'm not making them all the same size. I'm merely shaping them. And so you're not seeing, but I'll talk about here in a minute about how to deal with sewing units that are not the same size, sewing them to each other. Sometimes if I feel like this one's kind of wonky, right? So if I want it to be squared up, I probably should take off a little bit more off of this side, which means I'm going to lose that point. And if I don't want to lose that point, I can take it off from this side. Same thing here. But I don't get too anxious about it because in reality, the variation in the triangles is what is going to make your work visually interesting. And I am doing this because I'm trying to make them I want them to be beautiful, look beautiful. I'm also reducing bulk because we don't need that extra fabric there. And I'm just mostly making them easier to work with and cleaner visually.
Maria, did you position the corners along a straight line on your mat to get a point?
Sometimes I use the lines on my mat. Sometimes I don't. It depends. Like right now, I'm kind of using the line on my mat to help me cut a straight line. See how I'm sort of lining it up as I cut, and I'm using that line right there. But I want to stress it's not about making them the same size. And you're going to see that. We're going to look at all of these and you're going to see that they're all have a little variation in size. So this is how much I cut off. That's my shaping. Get rid of that. Now these are my blocks. Now remember I started with 4-inch-ish and my purple was bigger than my navy. And so then I had to cut my purple down to fit to be the same size as my navy. And that made them a slightly smaller. So right now what I've got, you can see the variation. And if I want to put them in this orientation, right? So maybe I want to do that, which is making all these little black spikies. I've got this guy is significantly bigger than these other guys. If I want to, I think it'll be really hard to save points in this situation. So I'm probably going to just, in this case, so there's two different ways I approach this. If I don't care about saving points, and in this case, I'm going to say it's a hopeless cause. I'm not going to try and save points. And I want to sew them into either I'm going to sew them all together like this, which I don't think I'm going to do, but I'm going to show you guys that. Like you can actually get to a zigzag by doing this, right? We didn't talk about that earlier, but this is another path to a zigzag. You can also do this, which is pretty interesting. So there's all these things that you can do. See how I'm starting to get, I'm stacking so that if I have a big triangle of purple, then I put the two skinny triangles. So I start to get these arrow shapes, or I could do these diamonds, right? Where I'm doing that. So if I'm going to do the diamonds, I'm going to settle on the diamond, right? And I'm going to go back and forth where I've got these two sets of diamonds. And when I work, right now we've got 8. I'm probably going to have 30. And I am going to, I know that this is with orientation, I'm going to sew them into. As I'm sewing, I'm going to look for units that pair nicely together. So you can see these two, how close they are to the same size. Those two get sewn together for sure, right? Because they're very close to the same size. In this case, I've got this one's bigger and this one's smaller. I'm going to look for another small guy to sew this one to, and I'm going to look for a bigger one to sew this one to. But if this is all I've got, then I'm going to sew these two together, and I am going to center the smaller one within the space of the bigger one. So you can kind of see that, how it is centered, and I'm going to pin it in place, and those guys are ready to go. Same thing here. Now this is as far as we're going to go down the flying loon trail today, because we're going to switch gears and we're going to move over to, let's do a few shark teeth. I can tell that I'm starting to run way behind, but I did give you a disclaimer that class may go longer. All right, so now we're going to look at shark teeth. And I've got some ready for you. So the shark teeth, it is the same concept. You're going to cut your strips of fabric. You're going to cut the strips about an inch bigger than what you want your final finished unit to be. You're going to iron out any creases or wrinkles because those are hard to deal with when you're cutting without a ruler. And you're going to cut, when we made the flying loon units, when we made these guys, we cut squares. But when we're making just shark teeth, we're going to cut rectangles. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 and a little bit, which means that I can cut anything less than 4. So I could have a really fat rectangle. I could have a skinny rectangle. I'm going to go with about 3. Same thing. I can either use the lines on my mat or I can use my unit that I just cut as a unit of measurement. Now, when I do this, I will often cut all my entire strip. And if I cut them irregularly, like right. Okay. Sorry, using a lot of transitional words there. And you can see how there's that bow. So maybe I want to fix that. So when I cut my rectangles and I'm cutting an entire strip, instead of trying to make them all the same size, I'm going to vary them because I think irregular is more interesting. But I also think that if I vary them, when I get to the end, I can go ahead and cut this in half. And these guys might be kind of skinnier, but that's okay. So you see how my rectangles are all different sizes. And that is okay. Okay with me. Maybe it's not okay with you, but this is how I do it. And then I'm going to take This guy's super skinny. He might get the boot. I'm giving this another press because it's got a big crease in it. All right, so now I'm going to line them up like that. Line the points up, and then I'm going to cut. And the same premise as we talked about before, they don't have to be exactly the same size. I do not cut to match. I'm just going to cut a bunch of these. And we're going to sew these together, and then I'm going to talk about how to save your points. So we got these. Actually, I've got a bunch of these cut up, so I don't have to do the sewing part. So at the sewing machine, I'm going to sew these together. You want to make sure that you're sewing them like this, right? And this is a good time to do this demo. Okay. When you make these shark teeth, depending upon what you're going to do with your shark teeth, in this case, you see how I'm lining up all of my yellow ones, right? So that they are all going, so the point goes out that way, right? And that's pretty cool. And if I flip it around, it'll have the burgundy point going that way, right? So these are in the same orientation. But sometimes what happens is that you end up flipping them, and you will sew some that are going in the opposite orientation. And if I flip this, it's not going to do the same thing, right? So I'm going to flip this one. Actually, I'm going to go grab some that are sewn together. Okay. These are sewn into twos. You see how they're going in the same orientation. And I control that by making the two piles and having them go in the same orientation. But if you sew some of them going in the opposite orientation, and I know there are some here. Nope. So far I haven't found any. Maybe they're all hiding on the bottom. Maybe not.Maybe I don't have any. And I have dozens of these. Okay. Oh, I have one. I have to have more than one. Let's see. Yeah, that one goes that way. That one goes that way. Okay. So what I'm getting at is that I ideally like them to go all in the same direction. There are a couple of examples of when I don't have them go in the same direction. And one of them is if I've got a block. See, this might help me. Okay. Two things I do where I make them go in opposite directions. And what we're going to do is we're just going to flip this over, and we're going to pretend that one. Yep. Yep. So I call it a crown. And the crown is when you have some of them are going that way and some of them are going this way, and then there's a triangle in the middle. And I just like how that looks, and sometimes I use it in my work. The other time where you might want them to go in different directions as opposed to all going in the same direction is if you're going around a corner. And let's see if I've got any in this other set, right? Oh, I do. Okay, so you see how these guys are all going in the same direction. And which I like, right? I said I normally do that. Normally have them all going in the same direction. Here, they're mirrored, so they form a crown, right? So they go out in two directions, which I like, and I use that sometimes in my work. And then the other situation is, and this is, you would want them both going, nope, here we go. If I want them to go around the edge of a block, so here's my block, and then I want this on two sides of my block. If they're all going in the same direction, then it will look like this, which I don't like that corner. See how it's got that blue there? I want a square, and it's not a square. So then that's another time where I would have a mirror. These are mirrored. And when you make the crown, it's also mirrored. And it just allows you to have a nice square there. So that's what we're going to do for this discussion about shark teeth. We can revisit any of these units that you folks want to revisit. You just put your question in the chat and Elizabeth will make sure I answer it. What I'm going to do next is we're going to do some triangles made of line. So to do a triangle made of line, I'm going to start out with a strip of fabric. Then I'm going to cut my base triangle. While I'm doing this, Elizabeth, you have any questions for me?
Let me see. I think we're okay. No, I think we're good.
You're good. Okay. All right. I'm going to get all of these triangle units out of the way. So I've got a little more room for sewing.
There are more questions.
What?
There are some questions. When you're using solids for the triangles and you need to mirror them, do you worry about right side, wrong side?
Well, you have to designate a right and wrong side. And in order to get them to mirror, you will have to, you either cut, so when you've got them, let me pull this back over here. Okay, so I've got these triangles, right? And I'm sewing them together. Because I'm working with solids, either side can be right side up. Doesn't matter. And that's sometimes you'll get turned around. Like you think that you're sewing all of them so they go in the same direction. But then when you sew and then you press, you realize, uh-oh, I sewed some of them like this. Now, because it's not a right or wrong side, you can choose which sides you sew together and you make a conscious decision. Do I want all my triangles to go like this? Or do I want them all to go like this? Or do I want to do both of them because I have this vision that I'm going to do a crown or I'm going to use them as a border that goes around a corner? So you make that determination. And I guess the takeaway is lay your fabrics out and double check your work at the sewing machine. And if you get turned around, all you do is unsew it or you change your game plan.
Maria, do you want to talk about, I put it in the chat, but the straight stitch needle plate for people losing points for triangles?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so straight stitch needle plate. As I talk, I'm going to talk about my stash and I'm going to talk about straight stitch needle plate. I'm going to cut some triangles at the same time. And remember, same thing goes for, I'm always going to cut everything about an inch bigger. So I'm going to start with 5 inches for my triangle made out of line. Okay. So we're working on triangle made out of line, and we are also talking about, so the straight stitch needle plate, almost every machine has the capability. You just ask your sewing machine repair person, can I get a straight stitch needle plate from my machine? It's a needle plate that has a hole like this. You know, most machines, if you've got a straight stitch machine, like a Juki, it has a hole like this for your needle to go into. If you have a domestic machine that does a bunch of fancy stitches, the hole in your needle plate is like this so that you can go, the needle can go back and forth and around and do all kinds of crazy things. But you can sub out, you can pop that needle plate off and put a straight stitch needle plate on your machine. And what that does is it limits where your needle can go and where your fabric can go. So if you're having problems with the corners of your triangles going down into that hole, two things you can do. One, get a straight stitch needle plate. It is, I kind of can't live without it personally. And the other thing you can do, which is kind of silly, but it's you do people call it thread throw up. These are little leaders and enders. So every time I start sewing, I feed one of these in. And if there's going to be some sort of thread throw up, or there's going to be any sort of fabric going down into my machine, it's going to be this, which is just waste. So I start sewing with this, then I sew my triangles, and then when I'm done, I slide one of these under again. And that is really going to help control what's happening with your needle plate and with your needle. All right, so we will get to the stash questions eventually, but we are going to turn now to doing triangles made with line. So I've cut my squares. Actually, I didn't have to cut squares. I could have done it like this, which would have been more efficient. So I'm going to show you that you would have gone, I've cut like this. Then I'm going to turn that on the angle, and I'm going to cut this one, right? And now I'm going to flip this over, and I'm going to cut this one. So now I've got a bunch of triangles that I'm going to make that are all, to me, it doesn't matter if they're exactly the same or not. So these are my triangles that I'm going to use for my triangles made out of line, which I can turn into a herringbone, which I can turn into a zigzag. Those 3 units are all directly related to each other. And the difference between triangle made of line and the triangle and the herringbone and the zigzag is that there's a point where you turn your triangle made of line, you square the bottom of it. So I'm going to cut this strip of fabric into 2 pieces of fabric. And I'm going to, and you could systematize this. I'm going to always do the right side. So I'm going to line this up. And I need to make sure that this tail is long enough so that when I come in and I cut it like this, that it goes all the way. It's not like this. It can't be done like that. You see how there's a gap right there? It's not going to, you can get it to work, but this is the better, almost everything that I'm recommending to you guys. You can change or modify it once you get really good and you know the effect you want. Everything I'm telling you is advice for beginners. So for a beginner, it is better if you don't have this happening where there's a gap right there. So you want to make sure if you line your ruler up with the edge of your triangle, that this strip that you're sewing to it, it's lined up all the way, that there's fabric underneath there all the way from beginning to end. Now I'm going to come in and I'm just going to cut it straight. Got it? Down here, I'm going to eyeball it, but I want to give myself about a 1/2 inch. Is a 1/2 inch extra? Yes, it is. Okay, so now you can see that this strip is wider down here, skinnier up there. That is okay. It's flush on this side. It's got a 1/2 inch over here. Could I have cut them so there's a tail here and a tail here? Well, yes, you could do it that way. I just do it this way because I think it's easier. Next step, you're going to take the triangle and you're going to flip it over onto your strip of fabric. And you're going to center it. We're going to do 3 of these. And I'm going to pin it just because I like to pin things. Because it's the way I do it stuff. Okay, we're going to do 3 of these. Same thing again. Take your triangle. I like to, I'm lining it up. So I've got it lined up on a line right down here. I'm going to take it over here. I want to make sure that if I follow the line of the edge of my triangle, that I've got fabric to cut. The blue fabric goes all the way from the top to the bottom there. I got it flush. I'm going to cut a 1/2 inch here. I'm going to flip it. And then I'm going to pin it. And you see how I've got the tails on both sides? And then I'm going to do it one more time because we're doing 3 of these, guys. Okay. Do this. You can also use this line. You see how I've got that line? if I wanted to. That might be helpful for some of you. Okay, I'm gonna go to my sewing machine and sew these, and then I'll be right back. All right, we're gonna go to the iron and give these guys a press. Somehow in all my, there we go. Lost my snips. This will be a good opportunity for me to talk a little bit about my fabric stash. I don't really buy a lot of fabric now. That is, I have I'm headed towards 25 years worth of fabric. So I've been collecting fabric for a long time. I have an extensive selection of vintage prints, hand dyed, commercial fabrics, solid fabrics. I've got a lot of fabric. Elizabeth just redid my blog link document, and I think we'll be sending that out when we send out the recording. And it is labeled Maria Shell Essentials. And in that document, there is a blog post I wrote called Sew Solids, SEW Solids. And it lists all the solid fabrics that I have encountered, where to order them online, what I like about them. And I'll be honest with you, and I'm not going to write in a blog post what I don't like about a fabric. And actually fabrics that maybe I don't like one thing about them, I like another thing about them, like Kona cottons. The price point is really good and the range of colors is fabulous. It is a slightly thicker weave, and that sometimes does not play well with some of the thinner weaves. And you could say that I'm going over to the cutting station, Elizabeth, that it is because that the thinner fabric is the problem. The reason I don't like a looser fabric is that it can, especially if you don't wash it. I know you guys, nobody wants to wash their fabrics, which makes me a little crazy because and look at that poor ironing there. One of the reasons I wash my fabric is because it tightens the weave so that you don't get as much fraying. And if you're using Kona, I really think you need to wash your fabrics. So that particular blog post called Sew Solids has a lot of information about solid fabrics and the solid fabrics that I've used. I don't know if there's anything else. I'm going to clean these up right now as I'm talking. I'm going to use the lines on my mat. And once again, this is really just shaping, right? So we're getting these units lined up. Probably should have made 4 of these, but we're going to make, and I'm going to finish these units, and then we're going to take a break because I promised you a break at the top of the hour, and we're obviously well past the top of the hour. So during the break, you can actually take a break. I'm going to sew one more of these because I want to share something with you once I do it. You can take a break. You can keep sewing. You can do a combination of that. So I'm gonna sew this now. So I've only got one side for this one, and I'll catch that guy up here in a minute. So these guys, same process. I am going to line it up with the line on the mat down here, right? And then I'm going to take this and line it up. And you can see, and this is a really common mistake. Remember how I said you've got to have your this fabric needs to go all the way so that when when you cut this angle, it goes all the way to the top. A lot of you, your inclination is to bring it down here. Well, then you're going to end up with a flat top triangle. And that might be the look you're going for. But if you want a point on the top of your triangle, you need to line this strip up so it goes all the way to the top there. Baby. Yep. Like that. I'm going to go ahead and cut that. And then you've got to have that tail. So we've got these. Okay, I'm gonna finish sewing these, and then we are going to take a break, and we're gonna come back, and we're gonna do the second half, which means we're gonna move on to some new units. I know we cover a lot of information. You will have the recording so that you can refer back to it, and you'll have the handouts too. Okay, Elizabeth, do we have any questions?
No, we are good right now.
We're good. Okay. Trying to think if there's anything I want to share with you guys. I need another strip of black fabric or blue. Okay. So this is the fabric that I cut. So I'm going to cut a strip of this, 4 layers. As I mentioned before, I don't really like to do that. I think it results in sloppy cuts, and you can fix your sloppy cuts. And okay, so you can see right there, that's a sloppy cut to me. I'm not going to fix it right now because I know that I am not sewing this as one big strip. I'm actually using it. I'm going to cut it into smaller strips. So I'm going to leave it alone. See how I've got that guy and then that guy. Okay, I'm going to go to the sewing machine and get these 4 sewn together. All right, we're going to the ironing board. I think I'm about out of steam. I do typically press, I set my seams. I know people have a lot of opinions about ironing. One of them is that you should do a lot of ironing. I just think that the flatter your units are, the better they look, the easier they are to work with. It's like easier to see the inner beauty of your work if it is laying flat. I'm gonna iron. I've got this one guy that I'm gonna have to add one more strip to.
And Maria, I know you do this, but just maybe clarify, you are always, always, always cleaning up after every unit. You clean up every unit.
I do, because I'm just shaping the unit to make it. I just find that things go together better. You know, for example, if I don't clean up this tail here and I sew fabric on this side, that fabric is wasted because there's no information right here. So if I put information out here, I can't use it for anything. It gives me, if I don't shape, sometimes I end up with misinformation. Things don't lay as flat. They have extra bulk. They don't look as nice. Now, do I cut every single side? Like this is obviously a 3-sided unit. Do I trim every side every time? No. And Elizabeth, we can go to the cutting station. So I am going to, for sure, get rid of that. Like I have to get rid of that. And then I'm going to get rid of this guy too, because it's just worthless information. And then simultaneously, I might be skinnying things down because I think that this blue, which is navy, it looks like black to you guys, is a little thick. So the shaping also is me, like it's quality control. It's helping me create visually interesting lines. I flipped my seam again. These triangles are wily. Okay. So and also, like, I don't know if you guys can see it. Like I got some fraying going on there. If I clean it up, then I'm less likely to have fraying that's going to show up in my final quilt. I don't want that. Doesn't belong there. I'm using the lines on my mat to help me cut these. Okay. I'm going to sew that one more seam. So that we got 4 of these, because I'm going to show you a couple things that you can do with the 4 of them. So we got one more seam, and then we're going to look at these units, and then we're taking a short break. All right, I'm going to get these sewn, or this sewn. All right, I'm going to press this, and then we're going to look at these units. Okay, I'm going to clean these out, this one up. Now, I made these all the same because I wanted to show you when you move into the herringbone, the zigzag, that what happens there. So right now, see how you've got these 4 units, and you can't, they're a little bit beyond the scope of my. So you see how you could, if you keep sewing, you can turn them into a square. So it's going to get bigger this way, right? And what I might do is I might take a piece of Pellon. So say I want to do this. I might take a piece of Pellon, which I'm going to go grab it and I'll share it with you. So this is Pellon, and it's a dressmaker's tool. It is, I love it because you can wad it up. You can iron it, you can pen it, you can draw on it. And if I were to do this sort of improvisational unit, like we're looking at right now, one way that I might control what's happening is that I would take my Pellon, and this Pellon has the lines on it. It's 830 and 810. And I will put a link in your link pack to the Pellon. So what do we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. This is not going to be big enough for our triangles that we're working with here, but you'll get the idea. So I've got this square. It is 10 by 10. So it's 10 inches by 10 inches. I actually would probably make it 15 by 15 if I were really doing this. And then I would probably take a Sharpie and I'm going to draw a line, and then that's going to give me a template. And I'm going to use the template. So we're going to pretend our triangles are not, they're only this big. Okay. So we'll just move them off. So it forms a pattern, and then I can keep stitching. I don't know if all of you guys are following along. So I'm going to start over again, but I'm going to finish my visual that I'm talking about. Gotta find my Sharpie. Okay. So here, I'm just making myself a triangle template using Pellon. I use Pellon for a bunch of different things, and this is one of them. So Sharpie, ruler to make that straight edge, Pellon to make my pattern pieces. Then I'm going to cut out my pattern pieces. And then I'm going to use the pattern piece to help me build my block. We're going to pretend this block is only this big, right? And we're going to sew strips on it until we build it out to that size. If I want a taller one, then I'm going to start with a taller template. And then I know if I build 4 of these, right? And then I can sew them together to get a square. All right, so we've got these 4 that we could potentially sew into a square. And we would have to build each of them out so that they fill in this space, right? That they come to that right here. And it's kind of hard to see because you guys, I'm running out of room on my, right? So you would build it out. I'll grab my ruler. Where'd my ruler go? Right. So I'm going to build, and we're just kind of getting into the territory of what we're going to be talking about in the second half. So this triangle, I would keep adding strips so that I get it to be the shape that I want it to be so that it fits with these other triangles. You can turn these triangles into diamonds, right? Which can be a lot of fun. And you could add extra information in the middle. You can, so triangle made a line. I just showed you, it's kind of how I did that big try where you make the 4 triangles that fit together. If you're going to do herringbone or a zigzag made out of line, what you do next is that you turn these guys into squares. And in a perfect world, I would sew several strips on before I do this. And then I cut them so I have a square on the bottom. And then I keep adding more triangle, more strips, keeping it square on the bottom. And then if they're square on the bottom, what happens, we're going to pretend square them, is that I can sew them together. You make a big strip, and then you start to get that zigzag. Or if you flip them, that's the other thing. The difference between the zigzag and the herringbone are 2 things. One is that one row goes up and the other row goes down, and that's how you do the herringbone. And the second thing is that they're all the same color combo if you're doing a zigzag. And this information is all in the book. And we are going to take a short break. Elizabeth, any questions right now?
When you're pressing, are you always pressing to the dark, pressing to the skinny? What's the rule?
Uh, I press to the side it wants to go to, which is usually the bigger side. If I have black and white or really light and really dark, I'm going to try and make a concerted effort to press towards the dark. But 99% of the time, I just pressed in the direction it wants to go in. And I try to avoid having fraying, right? I don't want, that's the main reason why I would press to the dark instead of the light is I don't want dark threads showing up on the front of my the front of my quilt.
All right, we
Okay.
are good. Yes.
Okay, we're gonna take a 15-minute break. I know that's not a very long break, but we got stuff to cover. Okay, so we will be back in about 15 minutes. Hello, everyone. We got any questions in the chat?
No, I think we're good.
Great. Okay.
Wait, I do have a question, sorry. For the triangles with lines, start with a square or a rectangle? That would be start with a square.
Say that again with
For the last triangles you just did, the larger ones, you would begin with a square because they're fatter. Shark teeth are skinnier.
yeah, shark teeth are so triangle made of line. It can be a rectangle, but it's got to have a fat base. So you could end up building it to be like a flying geese with lines, but it's got to have that flat base. Okay.
Yes, we're good.
All right. Then
Okay, so just some things to redo or thinking if we have time. If you can demo shark teeth again, and can you explain again how to build the zigzag?
okay. Yeah. Well, I'm just going to go back to the slides for both of those.
Okay.
And I think that'll work. All right. So let's go. We're back in lecture mode, people. And we're going to cover the second. We're basically covering 10 units, and we did 5, and now we're going to do 5 more. Let's see. But I'll start by a quick review. Whoops. I'm hitting the wrong buttons. There we go. We're going to go backwards a few, and then we'll go forwards. Okay, two questions about the zigzag made of line. So here, this is a quick review. When you make triangles made of line, these are triangles made out of line. You need a fat base. And if you want your triangle to stay upright, you need to, the strips that you sew on each side need to be close to the same size, or you need to compensate. By compensating, you can sew a fat one on one side and a skinny on the other. And then the next time you got to sew a fat one on the side, you sewed a skinny strip, and a skinny strip on the side, you sewed a fat strip, so that you can balance it out and your point will kind of stay in the center. When you make a herringbone, it is a triangle made of line, but you square the bottom. And so you build it out just like you're making a triangle made with a line, and then you turn the bottom of it into a square. And then you keep adding strips of fabric, and then you're going to kind of straighten it up. This is all in the book exactly the way that I'm describing it. When you get to the end, you can either cut it off to turn it into a rectangle, or you can add 2 triangles on the end, and that will also turn it into a rectangle. So that is a herringbone. It's a triangle made out of line that you cut the bottom part of it into a square. When you make a zigzag out of line, it is the same thing, that it's a triangle made out of line that you square up. And the main difference is that you use the same colors in the same order, so that when you piece your triangles together, see how this is this is the same as a herringbone. 2 differences. One, the colors in a herringbone can be whatever you want, wherever you want. Whereas to get the zigzag effect, you've got to put the same color in the same place, and you've got to make it the same width so that it connects when you sew the units together, so you get the zigzag. The second difference is with a herringbone, you've got one row where the triangle point goes up, and one row where the triangle point goes down. And with the zigzag, they all go up, and they all go down, but the down is where they connect together on that seam. And then we're going to take a quick look at we're going to go back and look at the, oh, maybe it was last. Was it last? Yes. Okay. Shark teeth. So for shark teeth, you cut a strip of fabric about an inch bigger than what you want your final units to be. So if you want your units to end up at 3 inches, you're going to cut your strip at 4 inches. Then you're going to cut your strip into rectangles. They can be assorted sizes. And one of the reasons, two reasons why I like to make them assorted sizes. One, the irregularity is interesting for the eye to look at. And two, there's no waste, because when you get to the very end, you just split that amount of fabric in half and you have two rectangles that are that size. You're going to cut the rectangle on a diagonal, and then you're going to sew them together, and then you sew them together again. And that is the shark tooth. And that brings us to part 2, half square triangle, which I'm not going to demo. I think you all know how to make the half square triangle. It is just like the shark tooth, but instead of it being a rectangle, it is a square. And it is also a really cool unit. Most of what I have done with this unit is blow it up so that it's bigger. Like on this one here, this quilt here, these are what, probably 3 inches finished. And I like to, and what I've spent most of my time exploring is taking that half square triangle, making it bigger, and putting extra information in it. And that's what we're going to be talking about right now with these units here, the half square triangle plus lines and the hourglass block, which is the same unit. It's just sewn together on a different side. It's the same triangle, I guess I should say, and inserting bit work. And then the last unit is what I call a pinwheeler. And these, I know for sure there's handouts on this hourglass block and the pinwheelers. Okay, half square triangle with line. If you follow my cursor, and I'm kind of in the lower left-hand corner, these are half square triangles made of line. One triangle has the stripe or the piece strip set going diagonally, right? So it goes from upper left to lower right. And the other one goes, I don't know what the direction is exactly. It points up, but you can see, and I'll go over this a couple of times. This might be better. So this is your unit. It is a half square triangle. And the fabric you used are 2 different strip sets. And any place where I've used a strip set, you could actually use a commercial striped fabric. And you'll see examples of that as we go through this lecture. What I've done is I've taken a strip set and I have cut my triangle where the strip set or the stripe goes in a different direction. So in this case, one of them, it's going to go parallel with the base of the triangle. And in the other one, it's going to go horizontally through the middle of the triangle. So if you can pretend that the black and white sketch is my strip set, and the yellow is the direction I cut my triangle. Now, don't get too technical on me because these triangles are a little wonky. Okay, so you take this, and I get turned around too. This triangle right here, the one on the top, and if we go over here, it is this triangle, because you see how the stripe goes from the base to the point of the triangle. And this strip set and the triangle cut out of it goes along, it goes parallel to the base. That would be the best way to describe it. And you cut those 2 strip sets and you stitch them together, and then you get that unit right there. Okay, so that is one thing that you can do with your half square triangle. And I want to say these were probably finished at 8 inches. This is taking the triangle It's the same triangle. If you were to, I'm over here with my cursor in the middle on the far left. If I were to sew this base to this base, it would be a half square triangle. But instead, I'm sewing one of the shorter, and I should know the math, right? I'm sewing the shorter edge to a shorter edge, which forms this triangle. And then I sew that triangle to this triangle, and I get this unit. So hourglass, and I think of this as hourglass with bit work. This quilt is called the procrastinator's quilt. Elizabeth has done a tech edit on the instructions to make this quilt, and you will get that as one of your handouts. It's basically a rough draft of a pattern to make this quilt. So there may be, I don't think there are, but there may be some technical errors, maybe a misspelled word or a misplaced comma. But overall, I think you will be pleased with the handout. I just want that disclaimer in case it's not perfectly packaged as you might find a pattern that you would purchase at a quilt shop. Another thing I want to point out here that we talked about earlier today is that what happens when your eye perceives irregularities and your eye perceives precision. In this particular quilt, I have made my triangles. I've done my strip sets for my triangles without a ruler. And then when I made my triangles to stitch them together, I used a ruler. And I do this more often than you would think, that I'm going to use a ruler, not use a ruler. If I were to make this again, I'm not sure that I would use the ruler. But I do like the dissonance that happens. So your eye, part of why it is interesting to look at is that your eye perceives the irregularity in the strip sets and the precision in the piecing of the triangles together. So there's this dissonance between irregularity and precision, irregularity and precision. And that's part of what you're looking at, and it's part of why it toggles back and forth and is visually interesting. This is a close-up of my quilting. Earlier, I said that there's a link pack. It's called Maria Shell Essentials. And I spoke of a blog post that I wrote about solids. There is also a blog post about how I quilt, if you would like to know more about how I design the quilting for my quilts. Okay, this, like before, is simple instructions for how to do, let me go back here one second. Whoops. Okay. I'm going to go all the way back here. When, people have asked me about how I get to a quilt. So this is a good example, because it's always something different. In this case, I always use shot cottons for the back of my quilts. Shot cottons are a cross weave, which means the warp and the weft are different colors, and they are quite popular right now. There's a lot of different brands. There's K Fawcett shot cottons. There's artisanal shot cottons, I think, which I'll make sure you guys get a link to that. Let me write that in my notes, which is the one that I've been using most recently. So I use the shot cottons for the backs of my quilt because I like how it looks, and that generates a lot of scraps. And I really wanted to make a quilt with the scraps from my backs, and I should have been working on something else, which is why this is called the procrastinator's quilt. So the origin story for this quilt is that I started sewing the strip sets that I cut from the leftovers from my back, and I sewed them in the strip sets and I cut them into triangles, and I thought, wah, like not that great. So I thought, what, for me, anytime I want to add visual interest, I add more information. So how can I add more information to these triangles? And I thought, well, I will piece together, and I think we all are familiar with this. When you sew two strip sets together, a lot of times you end up with a little piece of fabric at the end. Well, I save all those pieces of fabric and I sewed them together. And then I cut into my strip sets and I inserted that, I call it a dotted line. So you can see a close up of the dotted line here. Some of the triangles do not have dotted lines. And this is the instructions to how to do that, but you'll get that as a handout. First thing we're going to do is talk about how to make the dotted line. So if you don't have a bunch of little scraps, you can cut strip sets and then cut them into irregular chunks. Just chunk up a bunch of fabric like this. Make a pile of fabric that looks like this. Then start to sew them together. If you've got one piece that's bigger than the other piece, I usually center the smaller piece within the bigger piece, stitch them together, and then I will trim them. Here I have trimmed it, and then I'll sew it to another unit. And then I'll sew it to another unit. And I keep just sort of sewing together, shaping, sewing together, shaping, sewing together, shaping until I get a really long strip, brightly colored dots. So this is what I call a dotted line. So it is a line or a strip that is made out of little dots of fabric. And then I add them to my strip sets. So these are the strip sets that I created to make the procrastinator's quilt. I then take a ruler. If you want to do it the way I did it, use a ruler, or you could create a template using the Pellon, or you could use the lines on your mat. Or also another alternative that I often do is I might use a ruler once, and then I use the piece of fabric that I've cut as my ruler, which gives me a little bit of discrepancy, but really allows me to fit everything together. Beyond the Tri-Rec ruler, which is really the origin story behind the Flying Loon unit, another favorite triangle ruler is this companion angle. And this is the ruler I use to make the procrastinator's quilt. So taking this ruler, and you're going to line up one edge with the edge of the fabric, your pieced fabric, and then you're going to cut the triangle. Then you're going to flip it, and you're going to cut the triangle again, and then you'll flip it. And the way the instructions are written for the pattern, it is to maximize the use of your fabric and minimize the waste. So the size of the finished block is based on that sort of wasting the least amount of fabric. And that's how you get there. And that is that unit. And we can talk more about it, and we can piece one together during the demo. I have leftovers. Someone mentioned earlier, you must end up with leftovers. I do. It's my parts department. It's my inventory. These are leftovers from the quilt. And I thought, well, what do I do with them? Could I turn them into pinwheel blocks? And I think this is a little too chaotic for me, which is saying something because I like a lot of chaos. I think if I were to float the leftovers in a pinwheel block, that might be really nice, like that. Haven't gotten any further than that. Okay, so to kind of recap this information, you can, and we're going to look at some examples. I've got some pieced examples of these units that we can look at. It can be, there's a couple things that can really help you when working with stripes and triangles. One thing is to sketch. And when you sketch, you start to see how the stripes interact with each other. Another thing you can do is you can take muslin, I call it throwaway fabric. So any fabric that is not really good enough to be in a quilt, you can draw lines on it and then pretend like those lines are strip sets or stripes, and then cut and piece them. You can also do that with striped fabric. And you can see how this is a pinwheel block and what it would look like, which is the same as, go back here, whoops. This is what's happening here. is the same as what's happening here. The next block here, this block where I've cut a strip set and I've pieced them together, same hourglass. It's the same block. We'll go back. So you guys kind of imprint that in your memory, right? This is a strip set, got red and white strip set that, well, it was a strip set of red and white that I turned into a strip set that's red, white, and blue. And then I cut my triangles and then I pieced them together. So this block is the same as this block, but one of them has different fabric in each triangle. And then this one has the same fabric. Now, if I were to get really persnickety, which I sometimes like to do, I would, who am I kidding? Always like to do. I kind of always like to control these things. I would probably rework this so that I get either just plain white in those corners, or so I get it so it looks like this. I don't like how that looks. But this is an experiment, and almost everything I do starts out as an experiment. Then we go back to this block is the first one we looked at, which is from the God's Eye quilt, where you have one triangle where you've cut the strip so that the strip set is parallel to the base, and the other strip set where the strip set is vertical. And I don't know, perpendicular, that would be the right word, perpendicular to the base. And you get that effect. And then this is actually what's happening in that procrastinator's quilt. It's that unit right there. Okay, one more unit, and that is the pinwheeler, which is made from half square triangles that are made of strip sets. And it's kind of a funny story for this, the origin story for this guy. I don't know. I was using striped fabrics and I was trying to make pinwheels out of them. And I thought if I cut them, they'll end up, if I cut them. And anyway, I just kept messing with it. And I finally sorted it out and I made a quilt. And off and on over the years, people have asked me how I've made that quilt. And then I'm like, I don't know. I can't remember. So finally I went back and sorted out how I made it. And that is what we're going to do right now. Okay. So to make a pinwheeler, you make 2 strip sets. In this case, you are making strip sets, which are what I call mirrored stripes. And mirrored stripes have information in the center, one color in the center. And then what is to the left of the center and what is to the right of the center are the same. So you can see how there's green in the center and then there's white, purple, cheddar, green. And then on the other side, it's the same thing, white, purple, cheddar, green. With this pink strip set, I've got pink, white, black, white, red, and then pink, white, black, white, and then red. So those are my mirrored stripes. And that is a made-up term. In the book, I talk about mirrored stripes, but I call them designer stripes. So designer stripes are mirrored stripes. You do not have to use a mirrored stripe to make a pinwheeler, but they do look really cool. All right. In the book, there is this quilt, which is called Beachy, and it is made entirely of mirrored stripes, salvage to salvage, sewn together. Kind of simple, kind of cool. This would also make a great contemporary throw if you were wanting to do something kind of simple but cool looking. In the book, this quilt is in the book, and the designer stripes and how to make them are in the book. But this is an extra handout that I thought they would put in the book and they decided not to. So I'm giving it to you as a handout. And these are the mirrored stripe recipes for all of the stripes. So you look at that stripe, this stripe, all 7 of the stripes, which are right there. You will get the recipes for those stripes, and then you can turn them into pinwheelers if you want. Okay, so, or you can make your own, invent your own mirrored stripes. So the first step you do for a pinwheeler is you decide how big you want your half square triangles to be. They have to be kind of big if you're using a pieced strip set like I am. So in this case, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's 7 inches wide, which tells, and I've got to make them, they're half square triangles. So we got to make them into squares. So that means I've got to make a cut at 7 inches so that I end up with a 7-inch square. Whatever the width is, that's the length that you cut it so that you end up with a square. If it's 6, then you cut it at 6. If it's 5, you cut it at 5. If it's 10, you cut it at 10. Okay, so we're making squares from our strip set. For each pinwheeler, you need 2 strip sets, 2 different colors strip sets. In this case, we've got the pink one, and I'm going to call the other one the purple one. So we got 2 strip sets, and they need to be the same width. You got to somehow make them the same width. Oftentimes what I'll do is I'll make this last color that I have attached, I'll make it slightly bigger. So if they're not the same size, I can cut away. I have extra of the outer fabric so that I can make them both the same size they have to be the same width. So fabric number 1, which is the pink fabric, and fabric number 2, which is the purple fabric, they're both strip sets that you have pieced. Now you got to make them the same width, and you got to turn them into the same size square. So in this case, we're going to have 7-inch squares. So we cut our square. So we have 2 squares of the pink fabric and 2 squares of the purple fabric. And here is the tricky part. And here's the reason why I couldn't sort it out in my head. And it took a long time. And this is the thing I want you to remember. There is a handout, so you can refer to the handout, is that stripe number 1, and we're going to call that the pink stripe, you cut into it. You cut into both of them, both squares. You're going to go right to left. You're going to do that twice. And then with the purple fabric, you cut left to right twice. Then, so see how that is right there? You're going to do that. The pink ones must both be the same, and the purple ones must both be the same. But if you cut right to left on your pink one, or strip set number 1, then you must cut left to right on your second one. Then you arrange them and check your work, because you can get turned around. So I'll repeat that. In order for your pinwheel to work, you must have 2 squares of each striped fabric. You cut the 2 squares of fabric number 1 going right to left, and then you cut the 2 squares of fabric going number 2 going right to left to right, right to left. It doesn't really matter which one you do which way, but you have to do fabric number 1, both has to be done the same way. Fabric number 2, both has to be done the same way. And then you sew them together and you get a pinwheeler, which is a really, really cool unit. Okay. And this is the original quilt, and I was working with stripes, and because I used the same striped fabric to make each pinwheeler, I shifted the location that I cut the stripe from so that they would be offset, and you can kind of see that there. And that's the final quilt. I'm going to grab my water real quick. Okay. Okay. The last bit of the slideshow that I've got for you today, we're going to look at some of my quilts that have triangles, and hopefully that'll give you a lot of ideas. And some of them you've seen already, but some of you haven't. And then we're going to do some more demoing, and then we'll come back. We're probably going to run over because that's just the way it is. I'd like to share. Actually, we'll look at my triangle quilts, and then we're going to look at some student triangle quilts, and then we'll demo up until the very last minute. and I will just keep answering your questions, and hopefully my demos will respond to things that you guys want to learn. Okay. So shark teeth, we already looked at this one. Big try. So that's those 4 big triangles. And if you want, you could use the Pellon to make pattern pieces, which can be really helpful in getting things to fit together. And you'll see here how this triangle like went over to the right. This one went over to the left. And then these two, which actually are kind of the most boring of the 4, this one in particular, I was totally controlling everything. Not as interesting. Birchwood's Glimmer. You folks saw that quilt? This is Boreal, and it obviously has prints in it, and it's a combination of several of my favorite things. Quarter circles, quarter log cabins. So quarter circles, quarter log cabins, flying loons in 2 different orientations, combined together to make this quilt. Break up. This is cool, I think. I haven't really seen any students mess around with that. That's a fun idea. The big zigzag. This quilt has a zigzag in it right here. And then, of course, those are flying geese units that I used to make trees, and then all of the star units. Yep. This is Come Fly With Me. I think I used the ruler quite a bit in this quilt. And I love it because it sort of, your eye moves back and forth between the star that has all the white points and then this star shape, kind of egg shape thing that's happening. So that quilt came first, and then the leftovers I turned into this quilt, which has a lot of the flying loon units on it in it, and then it's got the quarter log cabins. I'm sort of playing around with scale, and that this unit is this unit, right? It's that blue, brown, yellow unit on a smaller scale and forming a cross block. And that the triangles, the red triangles, actually, they're going up, they're going down, they're in a propeller type shape, which is why it's called spin cycle. Everything all at once. So this one of my favorite ways to use triangles is in a secondary role, right? Like they're there because they're super fun to look at, but they're not the focus of the quilt. And I have both half square triangles and shark teeth in this quilt. God's Eye, which we looked at earlier, and this is the half square triangle with strip sets going in 2 different directions and then pieced together to form this God's Eye. Hot Seat. These are all flying loon units, and kind of a trick here that the outer flying loon units have it blue. So the unit itself is made with blue. And then when it's pieced together, it gets that spiky look. Hypnotic hypotenuse to the center of the earth. Hullabaloo, which is composed of those flying loon blocks. It's a sunray star, but it's got an assortment of triangles. It's got shark teeth, triangle made of line, flying geese, herringbone, and zigzag, and then dotted line turned into a triangle made out of line. So those are all triangles. And then, there's all these triangles, which are made out of piecework as well. Kapow that we looked at earlier. This is an older quilt. It's one of the first times that I worked with trying to use traditional patchwork in improvisational ways. Semi-successful. I learned a lot from the quilt, as we always do when we have things when we're learning, right? This is Lucy, as in Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. And these are triangles made out of line that were then pieced into strips, right? And it's kind of like that zigzag unit if I had been really meticulous in my cutting and in the placement, I would get the diamonds or the triangles made a line would all look like this. But because I was working improvisationally, there several of them are offset. And I could go either way with that. I like the ones that are more precise, but I also kind of like the ones that aren't. So I'm gonna leave it the way it is. This is a really old quilt. Triangles. These are squares, which are actually composed of strip sets that are half square triangles that are put on point. This is actually the very, very first quilt I ever got into a show. It was one of the Mancuso shows a long time ago. These are triangles made out of line that I turned into mountains. Triangles made out of, these are the zigzag up at the top on this quilt. And the zigzag that you folks saw. Another zigzag. So the difference in this is a zigzag that's made out of triangle, made a line, right? And then this is a zigzag that's just made out of sewing the big block from the flying loon unit, or just sewing big triangles together and then shifting them. Herringbone. This is another older quilt that's got pinwheels and flying loon blocks in it. Tundra. The procrastinator's quilt. And that's it. Okay, so I'm saying thank you right now because I know people are going to start drifting off because we're going to get to the end of our time together. I just want to let you know that these are events that are coming up. If you like this class, you can sign up for the Scrapbuster edition. It's not until July, so you have a long time. It's $30. It's the same format, but we're going to be talking about scraps. Maybe you'll join me in Morocco. If you are really interested in design and composition and being part of a group that's going to work together for 6 months, I encourage you to check out Stitching Towards Discovery. And then the last thing I wanted to mention is that I have an event coming up called Promptopia Party, and it is going to be a showcase of student work that will be on Zoom. It's a live event. So if you want to check out what people do in the workshop called Promptopia, that's happening on January 28th. You can attend live, or you can check my YouTube channel and you'll see the recording will be there if you want to watch the recording. Okay, so now what we're going to do is let's go to questions. Let's do that.
Do you run Stitching Towards Discovery every year? Yes.
Yes, it's always starts in January. So the class is kind of small this year. So if you're thinking about it, it's a really good year to take it. And I should also say, it's just a really great group of people. So
Okay. When you cut triangles, as you did today, you did not make did you make an accommodation for a 1/4 inch seam?
that's when I'm talking about making your initial cut, your strips an inch bigger, that's where I'm thinking about that 1/4 inch seam. So I just round up an inch. That gives me a lot of wiggle room.
Okay. How do you fix a piece that you've sewn together and one side is longer than the other side?
You cut off you cut it off, but it depends. Like, say you've got, okay, here's the deal. That's a very good question that we haven't covered. I'll use these guys, right? We made these earlier today. If I want them to fit together into a square, they're going to all have to finish at the same size because that's how the math works. So I'm going to find the smallest one by laying them on top of each other. Like this one, you can see kind of this one's smaller, so that one's bigger. I'm going to find the smallest one, and then I'm going to cut the other ones down to that size if I need them to be all the same size. And if I lob off some of the triangle, or if it ends up being, like I've got it's fat at the top and skinny at the bottom. I like that irregularity, and that's the whole, I mean, it's not the whole point of improv, but it is one of the points, is that the irregularity is super cool to look at.
What do you do when you don't have units that are the same size?
What is that, Elizabeth?
What do you do if your units are not the same size? How do I make them
That
fit
same
together?
thing, that you're going to find the smallest one. Okay, you don't, it doesn't matter unless you want them to fit together. And I'm going to switch to where I can demo. So let's go to the camera at the cutting station. Oh, no, I don't have very many here. Okay, so we kind of talked about this before. It depends on the orientation of things, how you would cut them. So for example, if I'm going to do this, if I was going to do this, I'm going to make a row of them, right? Then I need to cut them so they're the same height, but it doesn't matter if they're the same width, because the only reason why it'd matter if they're the same width is if I'm trying to build them out to be a certain length. And say, I know, and I don't have enough of these that you're going to be able to see that, but say somehow I'm going to attach these guys. I want to build this one out to be the same length as this one. Then I'm going to kind of be eyeballing it. I might cut some of them down. I might just wing it. And when I get to the end, I'll cut off any excess, right? The takeaway here is that these guys need to be the same height, but not the same width, until I get to the point where I know I've got this unit that I'm going to attach to this unit, and they need to be the same length. And then at that point, I'm going to have to fiddle with them. Now, if I'm doing this unit, right, I'm always going to search for units that are close to the same size, but you can see how that one goes in. I'm going to center it, and then I'm just going to cut it down. I'm going to lose points. So same thing here. Like, this guy is significantly smaller. And actually, interestingly, you guys are all there. I know a lot of you out there are like, but I don't want to lose points. And I'll say, but if you look at my work, I imagine that some of what you like about it has to do with the fact that the points are not there. Now, if you were going to do the pinwheel block, which I showed you guys, which I love, and it always takes me a minute to sort of sort out. So here's that pinwheel block, right? Same thing happening. See how that I don't even have any black fabric or dark fabric right there. So I'm going to have to cut. These two need to be down to the same size, and these two need to be the same size. So I would lose in here, right? See how that's long out there. But if I want to save that point, then I'm going to cut all the excess off of that side to make them the same size, and I won't lose that point. And now I'm going to have to do the same thing here. If I want to save that point, then I'm going to cut the excess off of this side so that I end up right there, right? Ta-da! I love that unit. All right, Elizabeth, you got any more questions, comments?
Please show your sketchbook at some point, and also talk about scrap storage.
Well, I don't. Elizabeth knows what my scrap storage is. And I looked for that photo today and I couldn't find it. My scrap storage is a giant laundry basket. So it's not a particularly, I don't know that you want to follow what I do. This is mostly, I'm going to find a different sketchbook. I mean, you know, this is a quilt made out of triangles, right? So couple of things going on here. I love the quarter log cabin, and I love these spiky triangles. And I thought, can I put them into this configuration? So I sketch it out and I use my ruler. I use an ink pen. I don't use pencil. I don't like to work with pencil. So if I make a mistake, I will cover it up with packing with a shipping label. That's how I do that. Here, I mean, I'm making, these are all just sketches of me like thinking about what the heck I'm doing. Sometimes it is a full idea, right? And looking at this, it's telling me a couple things like, that center is not working for me. And that in reality, I think graphically, because they have a square here, right? And we talked about that square and how to do it. That row right there, those squares are good. These squares, they vary too much in size. So the sketch tells me that this one's good, right? That I'm going to have to consider that if I were to piece it. So the sketch gives me ideas about how to move forward with my piecing. The other thing that I did in the sketch, there's no way in heck I'm going to sew all these rows of triangles to all these rows of triangles. I'm going to put a coping strip in there to help me deal with the bulk and to help me like just get it all to go together. This is another block that I love working with, and it's called the flowering snowball. And these are ideas about piecework that I might put into the spaces. Same thing here. I'm just thinking about like, these are triangles, right? And this is a strip set. And then what if I pieced the background information so that I got that happening and then I add a curve on the top? I don't know, I'm just thinking. This is this quilt is this quilt, but I put different pieced information in it. Sometimes I have notes about, this is a to-do list, right? And we got 3 things done. This here is, sometimes I'm like keeping track of the time I spent on things. Sometimes I'm just making notes to myself about, these are ideas, right? This idea and this idea are similar. And I might take this idea again. And this time, right, I'm trying to map out how big it's going to be. And I'm not going to measure these units exactly. I'm going to use the lines on my mat. But this gives me an idea of the space, because a lot of times this happens with students where they have this idea. So say they want to do this, right? Which was actually what I thought I was going to do with that quilt that's behind you on the design wall or behind me. And then you start thinking, if this is 8 inches, then this is 16 inches. And 16 and 16 and 16 and 16 is, well, it's 32, it's 64, right? And that works, but I can't do that many, to do that many strips in 8 inches is probably not going to happen. So I would have to make the strip bigger, and then the whole quilt gets bigger. These are from lessons, right? We did Impromptopia. We did a lesson called Get in Shape, which actually has evolved into a standalone workshop that I'm teaching this fall, which is a long ways away, right? Okay, so that's kind of, yeah, this is doodling, right? Like taking, these are all elements I like to work with, and then this is patterning that I've thought about putting into those elements. Yep. Okay, what do you got
Maria,
next?
is there an amount of fabric that is safe to buy if someone's going to work with your 14 color palette? Should it be a half yard of everything, a yard of everything?
So if you're doing an assignment for one of my classes where I talk about the 12 color palette, at least a yard. Now, when I buy, in the old days, I used to buy a yard and a half. Anything I liked, I just bought a yard and a half. Now, the only fabric I really get, and I'll make sure that you guys get a link to it. Dippy Dyes is, her name's Lisa Reber. And the only fabric I buy now is Dippy Dyes, hand dyes. I say that, but in reality, if I'm at a quilt show or a quilt shop, I might buy a fat quarter. If I haven't, not a fat quarter, but a fat quarter stack of fabric to try it out. I don't, fat quarter piles or whatever you want to call them. Is there a name for it when you buy a bunch of fat quarters? Is there a name for that?
Like a fat quarter pack.
um, the I will buy those to check out a new fabric. Like if it's a new fabric line or some new colors and I just want to see what's going to happen with them. Fat quarters are not enough to do anything substantial with. So at least a yard and a half. If you're taking a class with me, it should be a yard of each color. And so from Dippy Dyes, she has a subscription service, and I belong to that. And you have a couple options, but I do the big option, which is 3 yards. It's one color in 5 values, 3 yards of each color. Now, that's getting to be a lot of fabric. So maybe if I were you and I wanted to build up my hand-dyed stash, you would just get the 1 yard subscription, because then if you run out of it, you could order it from her. What's the value?
Yeah. Okay.
So value, Jen, that a value, when you think of blue, right? A lot of times we just think of the medium value of blue, but if we have baby blue, that's a light value. And if we have navy blue, that's a dark value. So value is really the concentration or the saturation of the color. And all colors have values. So you could have a light pink or a highly saturated magenta pink. Yeah.
I am caught up on questions.
You're caught up on questions. Okay. So I was going to demo, I think I'll do this quick demo on that pinwheeler because I want you guys to have that in the recording. And then I'd like to do a little slideshow of student work. And that will probably bring us to the end of our time together. Okay. All right. So let's take a look at this pinwheeler. I started one. We're going to go to the cutting station, Elizabeth. Oh, you know what I'm going to do before the pinwheeler? Okay. I pulled these out as things to show you guys. So let me show you all of these. I think these are kind of interesting. So these are triangles made a line, right? But they have a curve to them. And we talk about them in the class called Circle and Curve Sampler. But essentially what you do, and it's tricky when you get these lines, but it's also really fun and interesting. But the main thing is that if you were to do, I'll get my iron hot again. So normally I want to get that crease out of it right here. So if you were to do this unit, it is just like a triangle made of line, except for you work from a curved triangle. So you would come in like this, and you're just going to cut your triangle so it's got a gentle curve. And then you would take your strip set, and you need a slightly fatter strip set, but you would basically line it up. And this strip set is not fat enough. Let me get one that is. So you would take and you would put it like this, right? And then you would cut and cut. And I will sew those together. And I'm kind of working on a strip set to show you the pinwheelers. So I'll show you this curved triangle. And at the same time, I'm going to finish sewing my strip sets together. So I'm going to go to the sewing machine. Okay, we'll go to the iron real quickly. Elizabeth, just let me know if you got questions coming in.
A bunch of people have asked about your iron. I've given that information. How do you cut so straight? Practice, practice, practice.
Yeah, it is practice. It's also those things that I told you about, like cutting on the diagonal so that you have more control, because you got more control going diagonally than you do going straight out from your body. Purchasing that big 60 millimeter rotary cutter is going to change your life. And practice. Yeah, and using the lines on your mat. A lot of people have expressed to me that over time they feel like their lines are too straight and then they want them to be more wonky. I kind of like my lines to just be irregular. I don't want them to be super wonky. These are the strip sets. Sorry, guys. I get focused on what I'm doing. I forget to look at the camera and see what you guys are looking at. These are the strip sets that I prepped and did not finish during the lunch break. Let's see, anything else as we wind up our time together? You know, we're doing the next one is the scrap buster, but happy to talk about if you folks have other ideas for this class, because it usually is just like a one thing that we go deep into, and I'm happy I'd love to
Can you
hear what you folks have to say about that.
Can you talk more about the link pack they're going to receive?
Yeah, so and Elizabeth, yeah, thanks for going to the cutting station. So what you guys will get, and it's going to be it'll take me a hot minute, right? Give me a couple hours, at least 3, because I take anything that I want to share with you from today that we talked about. So like dippy dyes, I'm going to get a link to that. So everything we've talked about today, I try to put into a link pack. And then if you guys are watching me right now, I'm going to finish out that other curve. So here, I sewed that on, right? And now I'm going to clean it up. And I'm going to do the other half. Same thing. So notice how I've lined it, I've lined it up straight right there. And I'm going to line it up here, right? Now I'm going to cut it. You guys can, I'm going to scoot that up so you can see it better. Right? So I'm going to cut that. And now another thing to help you get better at cutting improvisationally is some of you, your inclination, I need to cut this line right here. I need to cut it to match. Some of you, your inclination is going to be to come in and do that. Well, that's not going to give you very much control. So I am actually going to reposition everything so that I have more control over what I'm cutting. I also, you'll notice I cut into my unit. So that just, because that's like security to me. You also see right there, I have a hole. It's okay because I can cut it down right there. But if we were in the middle, it would be a hole in my unit and you can't have that. Okay, the link pack it's just everything that I can think of that I wanted to share with you. So you'll get a link pack and it'll have information that maybe we didn't talk about today, but I think that you might be interested in. So it's sort of a collection of information that I want to share with you. You'll also get the Maria Shell Essentials, which is the blog posts. You have your recording, there'll be handouts and the link to the Facebook group so you can keep sort of hanging out together and sharing your work with each other. I think that's everything that you'll get later today. I'm going to go sew these guys now. All right, I'm going to the ironing board. And I was just thinking as I was sewing, it might be kind of fun if people want to share in the chat their favorite thing from today or the thing that they learned that they were surprised to learn. I would be love to see that in the chat. And
Can you talk about why you prefer the 37 foot over a foot with a guide?
oh, that no guide, because you're not cutting straight. And if you're going to do any curved piecing, like we're talking about that curved triangle right now, the guide just gets in the way. That phalange is a bad idea as far as I'm concerned. So if you're doing precision piecing, traditional quilt making, cutting everything on a straight line, then it makes sense. But if you're doing anything that's improvisational, where there's going to be an irregularity in the line that you're piecing, then that phalange is just going to get in the way.
Do you want to talk about starch or no starch?
No starch. So heavy steam. I wash my fabric, heavy steam, and no starch. Part of why I wash my fabric is to remove that starch. First of all, the starch is a bunch of chemicals that you shouldn't be breathing. But in my mind, I'm going to go to the cutting station, Elizabeth. In my mind, it is, I don't like how it feels either. Okay, so we've got this little guy here that's a triangle that's got a slight curve to it. And now we can cut another curve. And it's on its way to being one of these guys here. So that's pretty cool. There's two ways that you can do these lines. I don't want to get into the weeds on it. It's something we talk about in Circle and Curve Sampler, which is teaching that. I think in March, it's a weekend intensive. It's super cool. But one of the things we do in that class is if you make a strip set and it has to be pretty skinny, right? It has to be little dots like this. These are what? Under an inch. And you make a strip set and then you cut it skinny, it will act like a bias tape. And you can cut a strip of it without cutting a curve into the strip and then stitch it on, which is really cool. That's what I did here, and probably here with any of these piece things. But you notice how skinny they are. Have to be under an inch, maybe even under a half an inch in order for that effect to work. So that is a basically triangle made with line, but it's curved. Got a couple other units here to show you that I thought were kind of fun from my stash. It's a little house, right? And then this I thought, so these are flying loons and flying geese, right? You see how they're so irregular. And then these are flying loons, all different colors. And I've cut them in this case. So when I've got a unit like this, I've got this strip and I've got this strip. I am going to cut to match and I'm going to sew the two things I cut together. I'm going to sew them together. So that, I don't know, those are kind of fun units to think about. This one, which has been forever not finished, is that these are, you see how these are triangles? And these could be the same triangles as, where my triangles with line go? Oh, here they are. Okay, so these, right, where there's kind of irregular shaped, and then I built out an area to fill them in between. So you could take these 4 triangles, right, and then just put something crazy, whatever, in this area here. So it could be this stuff happening right here. So you could build that out and that comes in to a point. So any space can be sub-pieced and any shape can be pieced to another shape. And sometimes if you're going to build it out to be a certain size, you're going to have to fiddle with it. Like right now I can see a visual. Sorry, guys. If I come up here, right? I can see that this is the area I've got to fill. And if it makes me happy, I might make a pattern, a template with that pell on that helps me build out that shape. Here, I got this. Okay, this is a leftover from something else, right? But I could take and put that in that space. But I need to make sure that it's big enough so that I can, and it's, well, it could be right there, right? So I could get it in that shape right there. It's kind of, once you start thinking improvisationally, there's all these crazy things that can happen. Okay, This this unit, I don't know, it moves around. Sometimes it's on the design wall, sometimes it's, I don't know. Anyway, this is a square and a square. These are strip sets. This is a strip set. So these, it's all pieced, right? And I made this so long ago. I'm a way better everything than I was then. But there's something kind of interesting and cool about it in its own weird way. This is strip sets. So this was a strip set, 2 stripes. It's kind of hard to see here. This is so old, it has starch in it from back in the day. So this was a strip set. This hot pink is a stripe and this gray is a stripe. So I made a strip set and then I cut, I'm not sure exactly how I did. I could have cut squares, but I think I cut triangles. Like I think this is 1 triangle and 1 triangle because this is 2 half triangles sewn together. And then I sewed them into the square, right? Kind of interesting, just playing around. So it's a half square. This is a half square triangle. A half square triangle, 4 of them. And then they end up being that square and a square, which we looked at this unit. It is the version that is the red, white, and blue version of the half square triangles that we talked about. Here's another one. It's kind of wonky. So this is a strip set. And this is a strip set. These are triangles and they were not perfect. So they weren't fitting together. So essentially this is a coping strip that I added to one side of each of these triangles so that I could sew the triangles together. Here's that curved triangle again. Curved triangle made out of strip sets. And then this shape in between to fit them together, which is really going back to that same thing. These are all versions of really this, right? Although this shape is different from that shape. It's 4, the goal is 4 triangles sewn together and then the coping strips to allow you to do that. And then this last one, these guys are related, right? So they are, 1 triangle is triangle made of line with the lines going this way, right? And then this you could say is triangle made of line, but the lines are going vertically. Okay, so the very last thing, getting down to the wire here, folks. I don't know, has anyone said anything that they learned anything good today?
Yes, everyone has learned something good.
Okay, well, thank you, Elizabeth, for saying that. All right, we're gonna try this triangle. We're gonna try a pinwheeler, and that's gonna, and then I would like to go, I want to show you guys some student quilts real quickly, and then we're gonna wrap it up. Okay, so remember, pinwheeler. We got 2 strip sets. These are mirrored stripes. I hope this works. I'm gonna use a ruler for this part because I'm a little nervous. Okay, first thing we're gonna do is we've got to make the 2 strip sets the same size, and we're gonna make them into squares. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's extra. We're gonna cut these down so they're 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Gonna cut that. Gonna do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm not going to sew this. I'm just going to cut it. Okay. So the second thing is we got to make them the same size. So they're 8 one direction. They got to be 8 the other direction. This is a little scant, and I'm just going to go with it. It'll be all right. Anything here. I want to situate. I don't want to, I want them to be 8. Okay, ish. And yeah, I'm not super concerned about if the lines are perfectly straight. Okay, now, okay, so here's the deal. The two purple ones need to be cut the same direction. And the two red ones, and notice I've got my strips, these got to be lined up. You got to have them going the same way, right? So I got this one. And then I got this one. I'll get all my chaos out of the way. Okay. So what the key here is that if I'm going to cut this one left to right, I've got to cut this one right to left. So I'm going to do left to right. And then I'm going to do a cheat. So I'm going to cut there. So it goes like that. So this one needs to go in the opposite direction. Is it going to work? Every time I do this, I don't know why. I just think that it's not going to work. And then it does work. And then it's good. Okay. So you guys see that they are going in this one was cut this way. This one was cut this way. Now we're going to put them together in a pinwheel formation. And we're going to hope they work. And if I messed up, I messed up again. Ah, I did not. Okay, good. So here we go. So you twirl your purple and you twirl this one. And it is, I love this unit. I just think this would make, even just doing this you could do, I don't know, 4 of these and make a really cool baby blanket. All right, there's a pinwheeler for everybody. Okay, so let's take a look at student work for one hot minute, and then we're going to say goodbye. If you've got a unit, if you've done some piecing, hold on to it. I'd love to get a screen grab of everybody sharing their work. Okay.
All right, it went to black. I don't know.
Huh?
It went to black.
It went to black. Did I disconnect something?
Wait, let me
All right.
get my machine.
Okay, so back to me.
Okay, there we go.
All right. Let's look at the share. We'll take a look at student work. This will just take a minute or two. Just want to cruise through it. And then you guys have got it in the recording so you can refer back to it. Although I am looking for my mouse keeps running away from me. Okay. So this is Barbara Wustinger's work. She's taken a lot of classes with me over the years. It's cool to see her sketch and then the way that she built out these triangles. And actually, there should be a finished one. Dang it. Okay. Robin Bodespot. Those are some triangled lines. And this is pretty fun. This is the pinwheel block. And then, so it's the same blocks arranged as pinwheels and then arranged in this sort of zigzag formation. Oh, and these are more options. She's thinking about all these triangles. More options. This is Jacqueline Jacoby, who did a lot of work in eQuilter, which I think, what I encourage students to do is if you're going to use eQuilter, create a design like this, but then cut and piece it improvisationally. You're going to see a lot of, and I feel like this is not the slideshow I wanted to, oh, this is not the right slideshow. And I thought it was. Okay. Well, we can continue on with this. Good. So this is Barbara Wustinger's. We saw that earlier. So those are all triangles. I think this is a great example of how you might take the information from this class and turn it into a quilt. This is very cool that Missy Bauer took her flying loons and she did zigzags and she put them together in all these different orientations. And she used the Palon to make her big pieces. It's Karen Carter. Oh, this is a nice one. So Michelle did this is a half square triangle that we talked about where you've got the strip sets going in two different orientations. And then she built it out bigger. Carolee. These are all people working. This is not the slideshow I thought I was going to show you folks, but it still has a lot of good information in it, especially because you can see how these students are experimenting and trying things. And this is another good idea. You can take painter's tape, 1/4 inch painter's tape, and you can outline the space on your design wall and fill it in. You can also use thread or strips of fabric. All those things will work. Jane Eyes actually did a whole series of quilts with triangles. Hypnotic hypotenuse, triangle made a line, half square triangles. This is interesting because Barbara is experimenting with this directional fabric and cutting it up and repiecing it into triangles. And I don't know where, I actually don't know where this slideshow came from. It's labeled Perfectly Pointless, but it is not the one I wanted to show you folks. So I'm sorry about that. You do know that if you go to the Facebook group and you look under Perfectly Pointless, you'll see a bunch of triangle quilts from students there. And you'll also, if you go to hashtag Perfectly Pointless on Instagram, you'll see a lot of quilts there. And yeah, lots of good stuff. Okay. We're gonna wrap it up. And I would love, are there any last questions?
No, we're good.
We're really?
We are good. We're good. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the gallery view. Thank you all very much for sort of kicking off your quilting new year with me. It is super fun. Oh, I see some. That's it. Will you guys share if you've got stuff that you've done? Will you hold it up? And we can kind of I'm going to take a photo of, very good. Such a cool to have. Oh, I love the shark teeth and the zigzags. So nice. Thank you very much for sharing your work. I know this is a kind of crazy class, but my goal for you is to really give you like a ton of information for very little amount of money. And I hope that I was successful and that I see you in other classes. I'm going to be at Road to California. If you see me, say hello. I'll be at QuiltCon. We actually have a happy hour at QuiltCon if you want to come by. That'll be posted in my newsletter and on Instagram and stuff. So happy hour, just to come by and meet other people that do improv work. Okay. All right, we're going to say goodbye and you will get the recording and all of that stuff. Let's say 3 to 4 hours. Okay. All right. Thank you.